What's going on, man? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going down? Yeah, man. Let me get my shit together, man. I'm tripping. Let me get my videos up and running, man. Do a little intro, you know.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Been down and out for too long, nigga, I'm too strong, I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on, man? Yeah, we had to bring it back. And had to bring it back. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody's coming in. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the OG, Shelton Moore. Yeah, man, it's gonna have a good show, man. I ain't gonna be on long tonight. I got a long week ahead of me. We in Atlanta this week. I got to figure out what I'm doing, how I'm getting down. Shout out to the OG, man. OG, man. If you still on, man, join the panel. If you still on. Jamal Charlo got down last night. A lot of people are saying that he got exposed. I don't understand how just because you have a hard fight, you got exposed. You know what I'm saying? People got to stop this crap. You're going to have hard fights. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have hard fights sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, he still won the fight. I think he had a hand injury. But hold on real quick, Sheldon. He had a hand injury. But, I mean, all in all, it was a great fight. I mean, you guys complain about Shakur Stevenson not trying to get him out, you know. So, I mean, what do y'all want? Do y'all want him to get him out? Do you want him to get him out or what? What's going on, Big DJ? What's happening? Join the panel, big dog. Do you want him to get him out or do you want him to box? You know, which one is it? Because it was a great fight. It wasn't boring, very entertaining. The dude came to fight, man. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes dudes come to fight. You know what I'm saying? He learned a lot from that. He lost to what's that cat name, man? He on Golden Boy and shit. What's up, Jada? What's going down? He be running from everybody. Nigga on Golden Boy that run from everybody. He fought him, but he learned a lot from that fight. So, you know, you gotta get a man some credit, man. OG, what's going on, baby?
Big dog, what's happening, man? My flight leave Thursday, homie. 6:30.
Hey, listen, are you staying with somebody or are you dolo?
No, I'm at the American on Ted Turner Drive, in downtown Atlanta.
No, I'm saying, are you dolo or are you staying with somebody?
No, I'm dolo, homie. I'm dolo.
I'm sipping on your couch then.
Yeah, you good? You straight? You know that.
For sure. I'm gonna tell the wife right now. She was trying to figure out what the hell. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You good on that?
On the couch then.
DJ,
what's up,
DJ, you got a place to sleep, nigga?
What happened?
You got a place to sleep, nigga? If not, you can stay on the couch, nigga. I got a suite.
Yeah, I got a little spot, man. I got a little spot.
Okay.
I snore, man. Y'all don't want to be around me, man. It's a race. And you know, since I work at night and I'm up most of the night anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna probably be up all night pacing around, but it's always a race to go to sleep. It's always a race to go to sleep first around my house because my wife know if I go to sleep first, she ain't gonna get no sleep. So,
well, shit, nigga, you know I'm old, so I go to bed.
Hey, listen, we're gonna be snoring together, nigga.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Especially if I get that oil in me, boy, I'm gone.
Yeah, I'll be out, nigga. I'll be out. A couple of drinks, I'll be sleep like a motherfucker. But yeah, man, check it out, man. Check it out, man. I love y'all, man. You know, y'all my brothers, man. You know that, right? But you niggas got to make up your mind, man. You niggas got to make your mind up, man. First you love Mel, now you shitting on Mel. I mean, come on, man. Nigga said something you don't agree with. That ain't no cause to shit on a nigga like that, man. Y'all niggas, that chat was vicious, and I'm like, you niggas is tripping, man. Y'all supposed to support black fighters. So is it that we support black fighters, or we only support the black fighters that we like? I mean, make it make sense. Let me know.
This my thing, Sheldon. This my thing. If they're showing us that, nigga, we don't really need y'all, I'm gonna start giving a voice to guys like Demetrius Andrade, who it seems like shit talking really ain't his thing, bro. But he wants these big fights. So let's just get behind him. I don't necessarily, because like I said, man, and Tay made a good point about this a couple days ago. I want to say last week, but it was a few days ago. It's like, we gotta step back and realize like who is actually speaking. Now, when I first heard him say the whole, race don't matter shit, I was like, come on, man, you from that, man, that hurt. And you could hear the Deontay Wilder's voice, like, that hurt, man, that hurt coming from your own people. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not gonna throw them away, because the reason why I like them is the reason why the shit hurts so much. I think they legit crazy people. I don't think they all the way there, man. Right.
I give you that.
And every fighter has to have at least a couple screws loose to want to get in there and beat people up for a living. But at the same time, these guys who have shown us, like the Charlos have shown us, that we really don't need y'all support. We made it already. Well, you got guys like Gary Russell Jr. and Cool Boy Stephen Fulton and Demetrius Andrade, who ain't necessarily made it and who are looking for support. Let's just veer our support over to them. Let's just start caping up for them more. But that fight last night, man, it was crazy, because Jamal Charlo gave us exactly what we say we wanted. We wanted for a fighter to go in there and try to get the knockout, but he realized around the 8th round, and I think Montiel realized the same thing. Wait a minute. I done hit this kid with everything I got, and he's still here. And Montiel realized, wait a minute. He done hit me with everything he got, and I'm still here. Let me start fighting back and see what happens. And he stung Jamal a couple times, but that's the risk you run. Jamal could have easily got back on his jab, could have got out of the pocket, moved around, used his footwork, because he was by far make no mistake about it, that was not a close fight.
Yeah,
like he washed Buddy. Like I understand people focus on the times where he got hit and he got clipped and all this type of stuff, but it's a fight. He got cut, got his eye swole. But make no mistake about it. Go back and listen to them scorecards, and really, and not only that,
he won every round. But here's my point, DJ. But here's my point.
That fight, man.
But here's my point. When's the last time you seen Bud Crawford in a close fight?
Fair enough.
Why ain't nobody caping for him? Last time I checked, he black too.
Yeah. See, this is the thing with Bud. I think we're waiting to see if Bud will actually leave Bob Arum, because a lot of this is to his own doing. I think we're waiting to see.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't speak on that, because the dude that told me to keep it quiet, so I'm gonna keep it quiet. But I got some information on that. Yeah, y'all will be changing your tune in a minute.
Okay, I mean, if Bud leaves Bob Arum, then yeah, man. Like I said, man, I've spoken on that Errol Spence.
I got some shit too. I don't even want to. I can't even mention.
Yeah, we can't talk about that shit. Don't say nothing.
Yeah, y'all keep it on the reps, man. Y'all keep it on the reps. Don't.
And listen, I got so much information on a lot of shit, man, that I can't even speak on, and it would help my channel immensely if I did. What's up, Brotherhood?
Yeah, but motherfuckers wouldn't fuck with you no more because they can't trust you.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. See, I want y'all to keep getting these exclusive interviews and whatnot. Keep getting this inside information. Don't cite your source, man. Just hold on to that until they announce it.
What's up, Troy? What's happening, man?
Troy Graham, my man. What's happening? Troy, you awake? You fell asleep? What?
You still with us? You on mute if you're talking. But
he probably fell asleep. Troy.
Oh, there you go.
Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, it's something with the phone and how I'm holding it, I guess. I've been getting that all night. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm good. I was just listening to the conversation. I was over on somebody else's platform, and it's just, Okay, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually did that thing. I was trying to do the whole summit thing and all that. Like I said, so I was over on somebody else's platform, but
I heard about that. Yeah, how'd it go?
It didn't.
Oh, okay.
I left, and then another brother came on. I was talking about a conversation we had, and I couldn't get back on to actually make my point because I was not looking for a war of words. I'm trying to really just promote peace.
Right. You talked to us about that. You did. You said that.
But peace is a firm thing, man, because it's much easy to sit here and talk about people, but it's harder to reach out and say, okay, cool, I'm here. Now we could talk to each other because not everybody could do that, right?
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, man. This is the thing for me, and I'm gonna let DJ cook on this because he probably feels the same way I do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, these cats that you're trying to reach out to ain't really sincere and really ain't trying to reach back.
I got that.
DJ, how you feel about that?
Feel about what's the conversation?
No, I said Troy was saying how he was trying to reach out and try to, get brothers together, just have a conversation, try to squash some of this silliness we've been hearing. I said, but you got to realize that sometimes the brothers you're talking to, number one, ain't sincere, and number two, really ain't trying to reach back your way. How you feel about that?
I mean, and not only that, man, it's just a lot of guys feel like once you've crossed them, ain't no coming back. Like you said how you felt, they feel like you said how you felt, and that's just how you feel. And they don't necessarily want to come back and squash it. Like you feel how you feel, I feel how I feel. We're not gonna get along. Let's just leave it at that.
Right.
I believe it would be better if guys got together and actually hashed out their issues like grown men, man. But like that shit Mel was saying yesterday, like I got shit. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you how Alabama nigga gonna react to that. You gonna have to show me what you talking about, man. And it's guys that's around Wilder who ain't millionaires.
Right.
Like he got a brother that's a cruiserweight that ain't a millionaire. Right. He's got
he can't fight that good. You're right. He can't fight that good.
But
because every time I seen him fight, he got slept.
Nah, nigga, he lost.
Yeah, I seen him get slept once. I seen him get slept once. I ain't seen
twice. I seen him get slept twice.
I seen others. I saw him got slept. I saw him got slept once. I saw him got slept.
Hey, Kyle, so you can't cape for Marcellus. Marcellus can't fight, bro. Marcellus needs a job. He needs to do something else.
Hold on, man. Let's think it up.
Marcellus needs to get a job, bro. He needs to do something else.
I know. He took a nap once. I ain't know about twice. I know for sure
twice, bro. Twice.
That's because the first one was televised. No.
The second one wasn't.
No. That was the second one that was televised. The first one
wasn't.
And you can't find it online anywhere because they basically took it offline.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in that, though, Kyle. You can't get mad about that. The dude just ain't that good. You ain't no shame in that. Everybody ain't good. Shit, I wasn't good enough. That's why I quit.
Like Shane Mosley Jr. Shane Mosley Jr. ain't good enough. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. wasn't good enough.
We know Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. ain't good enough. Yeah.
You gotta blame his matchmaker too.
Every family ain't gonna be the Russells. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you gotta blame his matchmaker too, because they should have never put him in with the second guy he fought. That dude was entirely he was just too much for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was too much.
Right. No. What you do is you blame the matchmaker.
Hey, DJ, he's in his mid-20s, almost 30, so it's too late for him. He can't fight, man.
Yeah, I think he's like 27, 28, I want to say.
Yeah, just get a job, bro. This ain't for you.
Nah, what you do is blame the matchmakers for what happened to Beck and Bully yesterday. That's what you blame the matchmakers on.
He has been sleep a few times,
Yeah. And that dude. Now, let me ask you a question, Kyle. I'm going to start with you. Let me ask this question. Who was the dumbass that decided we gonna put Beck the Bully in with Gabe Rosado?
Yes.
Who was that stupid?
Well, no, but on paper that's not a stupid fight for him. But the fact, no. On paper that's not a stupid fight because when the last time Gabe actually won a fight? So
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, the fact that he throws his punches wide and Gabe is a tough dude, y'all should have took that into consideration also. because all his punches were so obvious because he comes from where? A kickboxing background. His stance was obvious. His punches were obvious. Now, mind you, Gabe actually took a knee in the fight purposely, which was a smart thing. But after that, he actually got his timing down, and he set up a trap for him. And as they said, boom, he finished on his face. He finished him on his face.
Face down, ass up. His booty was in the air, man. Come on, dog.
Go ahead, DJ.
Man, listen, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna put my 7-0 fighter in there with a grizzled veteran like Gabe Rosado, who's seen every trick in the book. He's fought all the top fighters. Now, he didn't always come out on top in these fights, but arguably he beat Danny Jacobs in that last fight. So when you're hanging in there with guys like Danny Jacobs, man, it says a lot that you would put your young green fighter in there with somebody like Gabriel. The man ain't had 10 pro fights, and you put him in there with somebody. How many fights has Gabe Rosado had? Close to 40, right?
40 fights.
Why in the hell would you put him in there with a veteran like that?
Because he's a name.
And once Beck the Bully didn't get him out of there in the first 2 rounds, they should have known, oh shit, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah,
look,
you got to change
let me explain something to you,
Troy. Put my fighter in there with somebody.
Because you know boxing.
Rosado has switched his style up too, though.
Because you know boxing.
Exactly. That's experience. How?
You know boxing, Troy.
Really been that
That's like I do. This is the thing, man. You don't put a 7-fight guy in with Gabe Rosado. Like I was telling them a month ago, Kyle, you remember this. We gonna put Berlanga in with Rosado. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. He probably would have did Berlanga the same way.
Because if he can't get Gabe out of it in the first 3-4 rounds, he gonna get his ass whooped.
What's up, Trey?
Because you don't
have
the skill.
He's not going to get him out.
I got a long drive, y'all. I called in just to say one thing. I got to take a nap, Kyle. I'm driving back to the Bay tomorrow. I got a 6-hour drive. I'm out here.
Go ahead.
I called in just to say one thing. That boy Charlo had that boy doing the Pee Wee Herman on the motherfucking rope. You hear me? That boy had his back against the motherfucking rope. I said, oh shit, stop the fight. He doing the Pee Wee Herman. I said, now look, Charlo, I feel like Charlo gassed out. I feel like Charlo gassed out from trying to take him out.
He punched
he punched out, man. He gassed out from trying to get this dude out of there, and then the fight became hard, and it became a really good fight, and I was on the edge of my seat. Thanks, Charlo. Thanks, Montiel. Listen, man, is y'all going to be boxing fans, or is y'all just want to be consistent haters? I got it. A lot of these motherfuckers is fat, 500-pound people sitting on their keyboards, homeless, down in mom's basement.
Trey, stop all that, man. You wrong for that.
We got to stop acknowledging these haters, man, because a lot of these dudes, they just troll just to troll. You know what I mean? They ain't got nothing else better to do. One guy, I ain't going to say his name, but I see him on every single channel, all day, every day, no matter what time I jump on one of them channels. If I'm watching a replay or not, I see this. I'm like, damn, this dude can't got it. This dude don't have a job. There's no way. And do this motherfucker sleep on top of that.
Say a name, damn it.
PSK. No, wait. No. What's the dude's name? Oh, shit. He got a funny little British dude. He got a, damn, I forget. But when I see it, I'm going to let y'all know. Because this dude, it's like PC, some shit. But anyway, I see this dude everywhere all the time. And then cats be following him from Twitter and the other chats fighting with this dude, all kind of shit. I said, man, this dude is a professional internet guy. I don't know if he a bot or what. But man, he quit arguing with these jobless motherfuckers, man. These people living at their mammy house. That's what's wrong with them, y'all. They live with their mammy. Motherfuckers is
Did he say mammy?
All right, John.
He said mammy.
He said it. Mammy
house.
Ain't nothing worse than your mammy house.
Not your mammy.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go on mute, man. I'm gonna actually jump off.
Hey, Trey.
Good luck, man. Do your thing, bro. And holla at us as soon as you get back.
Hey, man, I'm going myself, man. I gotta get up and.
All right, Troy. Hey, tomorrow, man. You know I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there early, Troy, for that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Real quick, I'm gonna drop this information. Major Key Boxing tomorrow, 9:30. We got the great Buddy McGirt coming on. So 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Major Key Boxing. The dude is a legend, man. I'm just glad to be
I
part
remember
of
Buddy when he was fighting. You know I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, he's definitely a legend. But let me do this. Let me shout out all my brothers. Let me shout out Major Key, Mark Nash, Coach Malachi. You know, we all get together and we form Voltron on Mondays, man. So yeah. Be there, baby. Be there. If you're not, then you're gonna hear about it and you're gonna feel like you missed something special. And you know why? Because you did. Major Key boxing 9:30 every Monday night. Peace, and I do mean peace, peace, peace. No more negativity, man. Peace.
For sure.
All right, Troy.
For sure.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Hey, the last person that said they was gonna bring peace, brought H Money. All right.
Anyway, we gonna leave that shit alone.
Don't start no shit.
They over there. Look. Just for point of reference, they over there calling each other bitches and pussies right now.
I tuned in for a second. I was like, nope, too powerful for me.
Hey, listen, my wife.
Hey, the brotherhood just named that dude in the chat, PC Jacob. That dude be on every channel. Like somebody posted something one of the fighters put on Twitter, and you can see him in the comment below. I'm like, God damn, that dude is everywhere.
All these niggas got his avatars. Hey, Trey, where you finna be at tomorrow, man?
You going to Japan, right?
No, I'm gonna be in Oakland for the week, and then this weekend I fly to Japan.
Nigga, hey, if we don't link up this week, bro, while you in Oakland, bro, don't come on my phone. I'm blocking you.
Hey, man, the private chat. How I give you my number? The private chat.
Yeah. Private chat, bro.
Hell yeah.
All right. I'm gonna do that right now.
Yeah. We gotta link up. Shit, fuck that.
Yeah, but DJ, I thought that was just the dumbest shit ever. When I saw the fight, when they was coming out, and I saw Beck the Bully, because I've been hearing about him. I've seen him in a couple fights.
Yeah, see, I didn't know he was fighting Gabe Rosado, man. I thought he was fighting Gabe.
I saw Gabe come out. I saw him. I said, "Oh, this is bad. This is not going to end well. Why did they do this? Did he hit Gabe with that liver shot in the first round? Gabe took a knee, but then Gabe got up. I'm like, he got up. And then you saw Gabe start putting a stick on him, putting a stick on him.
Number in there. Okay, y'all probably jump off. My bad. I'm jumping off. Write it down and then delete it out the chat for me. I'm out.
All right, brother.
Yeah, right now.
So then Gabe started putting the stick on him. Then I saw what Gabe was doing. He shelled up and started walking back. He's trying to get into that corner. He got into that corner. And once he got to that corner, that motherfucker opened up with that fucking wild ass left hook. As soon as he opened up, Gabe hit that motherfucker with a overhand right, a straight right hand.
Overhand right from hell.
He got Pacquiao. That shit was beautiful.
Boy, straight to bed.
Man. Had his booty in the air, man. Come on.
Booty in the air. Knocked out.
Sleep, man. But I'm gonna ask y'all this, man. I've been bringing this up, but I was like, what do y'all think about Rigo taking that step aside money? Because that's what it says to me. When a 40-year-old fighter opts out of his title fight after it's been signed, sealed, and delivered, he was due to fight Casimero or however you say his name in August, right? That fight was signed, sealed, and delivered. Now they got it down as Donaire versus Casimero for a unification fight. What do y'all think about Rigo taking step aside money for that fight?
How much? Say Rigo's age again.
He's 40, bro. He's 40. This is probably his last title
right there. That's your answer. Man,
this was probably his last title shot, though, Shelton.
The step aside money was worth more to him than the title shot.
He's
been a champion before. He needs that bread.
I kind of want to hear some numbers on that for a 40-year-old fighter to step away from his last title shot. Al had to offer him that bag, man.
But he probably gonna get something on the back end, bro. He probably gonna get the winner.
Nah, the winner gonna fight for undisputed. The man, Donaire and Casimero was all in Inoue face last night of his fight. Like, yo,
yeah, they gonna fight.
Him and Donaire was all hugs last night.
But
yeah, the winner of that fight fights the monster. Yeah, you're right.
But you gotta think about it, bro. We still talking about Bob Arum.
That's a fact.
Bob. Let's get that shit straight. We still talking about Bob Arum. And
man, Bob Arum gonna look at that as like,
Hey, look,
we got three Asian fighters. We got an Asian holiday coming up at the end of the year. We got a unification fight happening in August. And
tell them the best part, DJ. All three of them motherfuckers is top ranked fighters.
No, it ain't.
No. They on PBC. Casimero on PBC.
And
Casamero's a PBC fighter.
Yeah, him and Donaire on PBC.
Oh, they both PBC fighters.
Yeah, you remember?
You remember
Monster beat? You remember Monster beat Inoue? When Monster beat Inoue, it was in that super tournament. It was in that tournament.
In the tournament,
and he did. If Donaire was younger, he would have beat him.
Yeah.
See, Donaire broke his ribs, Donaire was washed,
his nose, and his orbital.
Washed, so that's a big win for Inoue.
But see, Donaire broke his ribs, his nose, and his orbital in that fight.
Yeah. That was a hard fight for
Donaire.
Inoue,
fucked him up. Yeah. So.
Hey, and let's be real. Listen, me and DJ talked about this last night in the DMs, right? If he fights a slick black fighter, he's getting
we talked about that. Yeah. Monster
his ass
Monster.
beat.
Well,
if he somebody with a good jab, bro, or a good or southpaw with a good straight left, he's done.
Oh, is Cool Boy Steph at 122?
Yeah, Cool Boy Steph is at 122, but they fighting at 118. They fighting at 118.
Ain't no slick black fighters at 118. But if he comes up to 122, he's gonna have problems.
Gary Russell, little brother, and Dalen.
That's right. Cause Batman was just talking about him. He is the number one contender for the WBA. He is. Yeah. What's the Russell brother at 118? Batman was talking about him last week.
Antonio.
Gary Antonio's at 118. He's the number one contender for the WBA. That's right, Kyle.
I was supposed to get him on the show, man. But
that's good. That's good. Well, I can't really complain about the Monster. That was really my first time watching him fight, and he did what he's supposed to do. When you got a dude
too much dog
in the ring, when you got a dude in the ring with you who ain't supposed to be there, you get him out of there. That's what he did.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do last night. He kept digging that left hook to the body.
Dude was terrible though, bro.
Man, and Monster did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah. When you got a dude in the ring,
got a fighter in there who you know you're 3 steps ahead of, you get him out of there.
He got him out.
Before it turns into a hard fight.
He got him out of there. Yeah, y'all right. Y'all right about that. He got him out of there. I tell y'all this though. I'm gonna give y'all some facts though, bro. Come this weekend, we're gonna have a hell of a time, man. I'm looking forward to linking up with my dogs, man. Listen,
we gonna do it big, man.
Listen, I'm lame, Kyle. I'll probably be asleep by 1. I'm lame, man. I'm getting old.
Hey, listen, we all some old niggas, man. We all married, old.
Yeah. But ain't nobody single, and niggas gonna be having phone calls. You know when it get late, they start calling. Like, where this nigga at? You should be in the room by now.
Listen,
nigga, where you at?
Where you gonna stay? I need to know where you gonna stay. You know what I mean? Listen, but we going to Magic City because I need to see why Lou Williams.
I want to see how good these wings are. Was they working for Lou?
Now you're speaking my language. Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah. I want to see how good them goddamn wings really are.
Sheldon.
I got about 50 ones and that's it.
I might not have that.
Man, I ain't got that. Man, we got strict rules right here. You don't give away no money to no bitch outside my house.
Space can't be giving away no money. Especially for nothing. I can't give away no money for nothing. On a dream and a hope.
It just so happened to be some ass there. I'm going there to eat and drink.
Yeah.
Hey, I told y'all a story about when I went to the strip club, right?
No, you didn't.
Nigga, I had $20, nigga.
Oh yeah, you kept picking it up.
No. I've been known to see niggas do this, so I decided I was gonna try it. But
he froze.
Come on, I ain't freeze, nigga. You sure? I'm good. We good?
Yeah, you good.
Go ahead, man. I just thought that was crazy that Inoue, not Inoue, but Rigo would take step aside money, man, for his last title shot, bro. But it has
enough. If it's enough,
he probably gonna get the winner, bro.
I doubt it, bro. I doubt it.
You can't doubt it. You can't.
I doubt it, man. Undisputed is better than just another unification fight.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, man.
Then they're gonna have to give him some more step aside money.
They ain't gonna do that. He gonna have to fight next. Ain't no more step aside money. But look, let me ask you this. Let me ask both of y'all this, Kyle and DJ. Did that fight last night tell you more about Montiel or more about Big Maul?
More about Montiel.
More about Montiel. We saw how tough he was, man. And we saw how great a shape he was in, man. Because if he wasn't in great physical condition, ain't no way in hell he would have took that beating. It says a lot for a man to stand there and get beat on for 12 rounds. He took that beating like what's his name told Apollo in Rocky 2.
Yeah, the beating Apollo should have killed your kid.
And I saw you beat that man like no other man got beat before, and the man kept coming after you.
We don't need that type of man.
That's what came to mind watching that fight, man. Jamal beat the break. Man, make no mistake about it. We can say whatever we want to say about Jamal today and how we like or dislike him or how the fight was closer than it was supposed to be. The fight wasn't close.
The fight wasn't close.
Jamal, I don't think he gassed out. I just think he just realized he wasn't gonna get that kid out of there, man. Because he hit him around that fifth, sixth round. Jesus Christ, man! Anybody else would have dropped.
And that cat hit him with a couple of nice, vicious body shots and caught him with that uppercut, and Jamel's leg straightened out. I was like, ooh.
Yeah. You saw him do the baby deer walk too.
Yeah. I was like, ooh, he caught him with that one. Okay.
Yeah. He caught him with
body
shot. Kyle, right?
I was calling that man Monte Cristo sandwiches and all kind of bullshit. I was shitting all over that man. And he got in the ring, and that motherfucker showed up. I had to apologize to him on my channel today. I had to apologize to that man. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you that, man.
Yeah, I think he realized. I think he realized around the 8th round. Wait a minute, I'm still here, man. Maybe I can get them all out of there. Maybe I can beat him. Maybe I think I can beat him. But around that 5th, 6th round, man, I thought he was gone.
I was telling the refs to stop it.
Some of the shots that Jamal hit, I thought he was out of there, man.
I'm screaming at the TV, stop the fight, stop the fight, stop the fight. Because he was beating the shit out that man. He was fucking that dude up, man. And that dude didn't go nowhere.
Man, he Mexican, dog. I didn't think his corner was going to stop the fight. You know, Mexicans don't stop the fight, man. You got to take them out.
Let me show y'all this stuff.
What you got, brother?
Hold on. Let me.
Man, that nigga hand swole like that? Ooh. That nigga hand swole like that?
He broke his hand. He broke his hand.
I don't know why this shit keep switching.
Yeah, his hand's broke. Yeah, his hand's broke. His shit swole like a basketball. His shit broke.
Yeah, he broke his hand for sure. Oh, for sure, he broke that hand. At least that part. Yeah, he broke his hand.
So listen,
but he kept doing that right though.
This is what I always tell niggas, right? This is what I always tell people, right? Salute. This is what I always tell people. This is what I always tell
Brotherhood, he definitely did the baby deer walk for a second, bro. He definitely got wobbled.
Yeah, he got stuck, Brotherhood. He got stuck.
But let's keep it real. This is what I always tell y'all, right? I always tell y'all, I don't judge nobody off of one fight. I always judge them off their body of work and what they look like to me. And last night, because at first, I mean, he was digging it, and then I'm like, then the dude started like being able to take the punches better.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't know until you know. But he didn't say nothing about his hand. He just showed his hand the next day.
Well, he didn't complain. You got to give him that. He did not complain. He did not make no excuses. He didn't
do how when somebody hit their hand, they always go like this or something like that. He didn't really do that. He did it. I think he did it like once, maybe, where it looked like he hurt his hand when he hit him. But
yeah, it wasn't like when Deontay Wilder fought Chris Arreola when he broke his hand against Chris Arreola. He just quit throwing it, and he just stuck to his jab and kept throwing that left the whole night. Yeah. It wasn't like that. Like some fighters will keep throwing it. Some fighters keep throwing it. But
didn't he break his hand and tear his bicep, DJ?
Who, Wilder?
Yeah, I think it was two separate
fights. I think it was two separate fights. But I know in that areola he had to have like 4 pins put in his hand. He showed his hand at the end of that areola fight, and it looked like the end of a bowling ball. So
yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It was the Spilka fight when he knocked Spilka out. He tore his bicep.
Yeah. I know at the areola fight he broke his hand for sure. Because he wanted a quick turnaround, but he was like, yeah, now I'm on the shelf for 6 months while my hand healed up. So I remember that, man. But whew, like I said, man, Jamal dominated that fight last night, bro. And for everybody, and immediately I went to Twitter and I went to different social media sites and I was looking.
They were shitting all over him,
man, shitting all on him, and rightfully so. David Benavidez was like, I promise I'll stop, dude.
He will.
David Benavidez was on social media last night. He was like, I promise I'll stop.
Hey, listen.
He will.
His hand might not be swollen against you, Benavidez. You dig what I'm saying? His hand might not be swollen against you.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, Kyle. I like Big Maul. I really do like him as a fighter. I'm telling you, don't go up there. Stay where you at, man. Clean up that shit you got at 60. Don't fuck around up there.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about?
Don't fuck around up there.
Santos, man, hop your old ass on the panel.
Because Benavidez, I mean, you know what I told my wife last night? Benavidez is something different, man. I'm telling you, that dude is something different.
You know what I told my wife last night?
Benavidez gonna throw combinations in the pocket. He ain't gonna just throw, the same punch over and over. His footwork might not be the same, but he gonna hit Maul with some shit, man. I want to see that fight even more.
I told my wife last night. I said, man, he better keep his ass away from Benavidez.
Yeah, because Benavidez fights a lot like Montiel, and he has a lot better chin.
But see, the thing is, Montiel was hella awkward, bro.
He has no footwork. Montiel has no footwork.
Montiel had no footwork. He was standing straight up. He was there. He was definitely there to be hit. But so is David Benavidez. But David Benavidez has a stronger chin. He has a lot more power, and he has faster hands.
But he don't go orthodox in southpaw. He'll go back and forth. He don't go switching back and forth.
No.
That's what I'm saying. But
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this though, Kyle. Whenever Montiel went back to orthodox and he kept tagging him with that straight right, I don't know why he went away from it. He was stinging Jamal with that straight right, bro.
Bro, Al Bernstein and them niggas was high. He was hitting Maul with some good shots when he was lefty, bro. These niggas, they just be talking, bro. They don't be watching a fight. I was trying to figure out what you talking about. Going on, bro.
You talking about Al Bernstein?
Oh, you talking about commentary? Oh no, I don't listen to fights with commentary, bro.
Yeah, I turn the sound down.
Yeah, I don't listen to fights with commentary, big dog.
He learned from that. How you say this nigga name, man?
Derevyanchenko.
No, what's that nigga name, man? That be ducking and running from everybody and shit. He Golden.
Munguia.
Jaime Munguia, that nigga.
Munguia stopped his ass for 2 rounds. But that was at 54, right?
No, that was at 47. Munguia stopped Montiel at 47.
Oh, okay. That was a couple years ago.
Yeah, he way better fighter now, though. He a way better fighter now. Because the thing is, he learned from that. Because you see how far away he was when he was switching. He said, I got caught before, but nigga, you ain't gonna catch me. We'll see.
Yeah, I believe that Benavidez fight will be tough for Maul right now, man. Even though Maul dominated this fight, Benavidez would probably walk through some of Maul's points.
Maul can't think about that. Maul needs to clean up his business at 60. Stop calling people out at 68.
Man, Triple G ain't gonna fight him, man.
When you said you ain't leaving 60.
Bro, listen.
He said he's not leaving 60, so clean up your business at 60. You said that. We didn't say that. You said that on TV last night.
So is he going to swallow his pride and go after Andrade, or is he going to still be chasing around Triple G until Triple G retires?
He better, because he can't fight no more guys. He can't fight no more guys after that performance last night. He got to fight somebody credible. He cannot fight no more guys.
And I've been saying this for the past few days. What is it with Golden Boy fighters not wanting title shots? Like they got 3 fighters that are either mandatories or ranked number 1. I think Victor Ortiz is ranked number 1, or is the mandatory for Terrence Crawford.
We know what King Cap situation is.
Yeah, we all know what King Cap situation is with Devin, and Jaime Munguia is the mandatory for 2 titles. For 2 titles at middleweight. Yes, he's the mandatory for the WBC and the WBO for Andrade and Charlo, and they ain't taking the fight. And I said this before, either shit or get off the pot, man.
I really listen, bro.
What's up, Big Tank? How you feeling, man? Santos, what's going on, brother?
Hey, y'all. Let me tell y'all this. After this, I'm gonna let y'all go. Santos and Big Tank. I I really don't like Triple G. I think his whole career is a fraud, a farce. You know what I mean? I just don't.
Whose career?
Like that guy, huh?
Who?
Triple
career?
G, bro. Triple G. I mean, he's just a total loser. I mean, he hasn't fought anybody. I mean, dude, he lost the fights that they say he lost.
I thought it was cool for a minute.
Hey man, mute that damn dog.
I thought it was cool.
Mute your mic, DJ. Damn. Got Cujo all in the background and shit.
Oh, that's my neighbor walking the dog. That's my neighbor walking the dog, man. She don't like men.
She don't like men?
No, she don't like men.
Yes, the dog must know that then.
Somebody
no, the dog don't like men.
Oh, the dog don't like men.
Sentos, this man just said Triple G is a fraud. What you say about that, Sentos?
Hold on, before we do that, I gotta say this though. I gotta say this, man. Happy Father's Day to all the homies, man.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Same to you, brother. Same to you.
Happy Father's Day, man.
Appreciate you. Yeah, Sentos, this man
just. The rest of you too.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to the chat. Sentos, this man just said Triple G is a fraud. What you got to say about that?
In a part-time fraud.
Well, he ain't what they try to make him to be, in my opinion. He's a good fighter. He's got some power, but he used to have some power when he was fighting lesser quality opponents. But since he's been fighting upper echelon of fighters, he hasn't been getting those knockouts. And I felt like he lost to Jacobs, and I felt like he lost to Derevyanchenko. And he's 1-1 with Canelo, in my opinion. So is he a great? I wouldn't necessarily, because of how they try to prop him up, I wouldn't necessarily say he's a great. He's not trying to fight Andrade, and it doesn't seem like he's trying to fight Charlo. Now, whether he'll fight Charlo now after this weekend's performance, I don't know. It'd be nice to see.
You know what else? Man? It's hard. You know what I've learned though, man? It's hard for niggas to get up for niggas like that. Like niggas they know they're gonna beat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but by the time that fight started last night and he got a few punches and he should have got up for it by then.
Hey, Kyle, that sounds like an excuse to me.
Let me tell you, that fight right there, dude. Sometimes that dude looked like a slim version of Benavidez in there. The way he was standing back and throwing them punches out there. When Benavidez is setting you up, he does that sometimes, and then he come on in on you and they give you that speed and that power, man. That's trouble. The what part I didn't go to sleep on? Yeah, I dozed off not because the fight was boring, but because my body said, "Nigga, you've been up too long." It shut me down.
Tank, is Triple G a fraud, Tank?
What's what a fraud as far as what? What you mean?
Is he a fraud? Is he a fake? Is he a phony?
In terms of what?
Is he not what they say he is?
Is he as good as people think he is, or is he a complete manifestation of HBO like I believe he is?
Right. Is he not what they say he is?
He ain't shit.
And I'm guessing you say you're talking about the mainstream media as far as what they say, and I guess you saying when they say he's like the
greatest middleweight ever. Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say that. I believe they said something about. I think I heard him say something about Hagler and Hopkins was also. No, he's not that. Right. He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter for what he can do. You know what I mean? And fights that he stepped up in competition. The same thing that they say about all these other fighters. You know what I mean? And specifically some of the black fighters in the history of boxing. But I don't want to even isolate it to only the black boxers, because they said the same things about my guy Fernando Vargas. You know, when he stepped up in competition, they said the same thing about Mike Tyson when he stepped up in competition. So several fighters, they have said when they stepped up in competition, they didn't look as as the mainstream media thought they did. So I think he falls in line with that. But I don't hear him talking about it like that. You know, I don't hear them say, "Hey, man, I don't know. I think he lost to Daniel Jacobs." You know, I don't hear them talking like that. The way they talk about other fighters, and to this day, you'll hear people, whenever Floyd Mayweather's name is brought up, they'll say, "Well, I don't think he beat Jose Luis Castillo in the first fight." You don't hear the same thing. You don't hear that the same way you hear it about Triple G versus Danny Jacobs, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
So in that regards, yeah, I guess.
Salute Andrew Charles, man. Salute to you, my brother.
I don't think he. I don't think he's like fraudulent in the terms of like he's not a good fighter. He's a good fighter. You know what I mean? He's a credible fighter. Like if Jamal Charlo gets in there and fights Gennady Golovkin, I'll give him credit for that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say he beat a fraud. I'll say he beat a good fighter, but he's not as great as the mainstream media is putting him out there. I think it's a good name to call out, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Kyle. In your opinion, what's next for Big Mo?
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing, because he's in a Bud Crawford situation. He's in a Bud Crawford type situation.
Well, your boy got a belt now. Lara has a belt now.
I mean, that belt ain't shit. That's a secondary belt, man.
A secondary belt.
I mean, that could be that's not a bad look though. That's not bad. That's not horrible. But as far as Triple G, that ain't gonna happen. Demetrius Andrade, that ain't gonna happen.
He may have already fought Lara at 54.
No, they was in the same camp. They both had Ronnie Shields as a trainer.
I thought one of them fought Lara though.
No, only in sparring. Only in sparring. That'd be a good fight though. Him and Lara would be a good fight. I think he'd knock Lara head off, but I think it'd be a good fight. What y'all think?
It's a good test.
No.
He should have to fight somebody eventually.
He will get no credit for beating up a 40-year-old Lara.
I mean, he'll get a belt though.
It's a secondary belt.
Yeah,
he ain't gonna.
Hey man, Lara looked real good in his last fight. Looked real good.
Okay,
the opponent might not have been that great, but he looked real good. I think he gets credit for that fight.
We've had this conversation before. We've had this conversation before, Santos.
Not with me.
I judge fighters on who they fought and who they beat. You cannot put Cornflake in that conversation. Cornflake does not count.
Was Cornflake not ranked?
Who the fuck is Cornflake?
He's a nice guy from Philadelphia.
Was he ranked? That's what I want to know.
He shouldn't have been though. A lot of my homeboys from Philly.
I never heard of Cornflake.
Listen. I'm about to tell y'all, man. I'm about to tell y'all. A lot of my homies from Philly said he was gonna get washed. He's from Philly. He used to train. He used to train with my boy Boxing Rub, but he didn't listen to no instructions. So I knew
he was gonna get washed when they announced the fight.
Well, I didn't think much of the cat. I'm not gonna say it last. I thought a lot of the guy, but I'm looking at it like this here. If you got some kind of little potential belt, the secondary, firstary, whatever it is. I mean, secondary or primary, or you rank in the top 10, the fighter that you fight should get some credit for that. And I got a feeling if he had one of those mediocre belts, he had to be ranked.
Well, no, listen, let me tell you something. It's a lot of politics. When you got the complexion for the protection for the collection, you can get them belts. But they say he's a better promoter than he is a fighter. They say, my homeboy was like, man, I don't know why the hell he want to fight so fucking bad. He said he can make a lot of money being a promoter. So.
Do Cornflake?
Yeah.
Well, he sure needs to consider that.
Man, who is Cornflake?
The dude that Lara knocked out in 42 seconds.
They say he a good dude.
I had to go look it up.
But hey, but listen, the thing about him is he don't listen to his corner because see, he had one of the best trainers on this side of Jordan. He had Boxing Real. I'm gonna have Boxing Real in a section in a couple of days. I'm gonna call him, hit him up, have him on. He can tell you all about that kid because that kid didn't listen. He's one of them kids that just don't listen to shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have a fight won. He had a fight. He'll have a game plan mapped out for you, and he do some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Brotherhood got some nigga. Brotherhood was dropping some knowledge on you niggas, man. He said Laura younger than Triple G.
Well, yeah, I knew that.
Triple G is 38.
Triple G what, 40?
Triple G's 38, 39, I think. Right, Laura's 40 for sure. Because Laura comes from Cuba. You don't know how old them niggas are.
Are we gonna find out? Hey, listen. You know, like always, you know, my favorite song is Google doesn't lie.
Triple G gotta be about 40, man.
He might be, but we can't say he started 38 and 39. He came to the States later in his career, but he's 39. He's been fighting most of his life.
He's 39.
They had an extensive amateur career over there. You know, most of those Europeans, but probably went through the world boxing tournament and all that stuff on the before his actual quote unquote professional career nationally got started. But Triple G, he just come over here a little bit later in his career. You know, he was already a professional boxer.
Yeah, you know them Europeans will stay in the amateurs until they 25, 26.
Kind of like the boy Loma. They pumped him up like he's just the greatest thing since
Loma stayed in the amateurs until he was 26, right?
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy, man? When you're a grown ass man, of course you can beat up on all the fucking kids. You know what I'm saying? I hate that shit, man. You know.
So let me ask the panel. What did y'all think about? I mean, me, Sheldon, and Kyle have already spoke about it. Tank and Santos. What did y'all think about Monster Inouye's performance last night? Did y'all get a chance to see that?
Man, I didn't even get to see it, bro. I missed a lot of boxing yesterday. Personally, I was driving past my normal duties.
Okay, Big Tank. Big Tank, if you talking, you still on mute.
Hey, until he come up, what did you find out about Cornflake at that Google?
My bad, y'all hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro.
Now, Tank. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. He had a impressive knockout, I guess. I'm not sure about his competition. So I'm still eager to see what happens when he he's one of those fighters that steps up in competition. But as far as the competition he had last night, the guy couldn't protect himself from the same shot over and over that he kept getting hit with. Couldn't make any adjustments in the round. He had an opportunity to make an adjustment in between rounds, and him and his corner couldn't even do that. So that speaks to the level of Barksdale's people to take a line from Marlo Stanfield. You know what I'm saying? That speaks to the level of competition that Inoue is facing. So I'm eager to see, what he does more, what he does with better competition.
Gotcha. And to put it in context, that was his IBF mandatory last night. So I guess he was just going ahead and getting him out the way.
Hold on, bro. Let me show you how to come. Hold on, bro. I can't do this. I'm not going to allow ESPN to shit on Shakur Stevenson, right? But big this nigga up. Hold on, hold this.
What you got, Kyle? What you looking at over there, man?
Look at this. Look at his last fight before Inoue.
Jesus.
Give me a fucking break. Man, give me a fucking break. I'm so tired of ESPN, man.
He's the mandatory kind.
No.
Yeah. Take. I understand what you were saying.
That's not ESPN.
I'm going to bed, fellas. I'm going to bed. I gotta be up early in the morning. I can't deal with this type of shit. Dude,
Kyle,
come
that's
on.
not ESPN though. That's us not holding foot to fire and getting not us in this chat, but like, you know, us as the fans of boxing over here getting enamored with what we're seeing and not using the same context as we do with everybody else. For example,
I told y'all, man. Listen, I don't believe in his ministry. I said that already. I don't believe in his ministry. I don't believe that he working for the Lord. I don't think so. I can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he is what he says he is. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think anyway is as good as people think he is what you're saying?
I'm trying to think of that scripture in the Bible, man, about how demons, you know what I'm saying, they take form of humans all the time. So I don't believe it. I think he's the devil. He alive.
But for example, though, Kyle, before you get off and go to sleep, I want to point this out since ESPN came up and they were last week, they were shitting all over Shakur Stevenson and pumping up the fight with Inoue. Oh, tune in next week. You ain't gonna get what you saw this week. Type of deal. When their opponents are two different types of fighters.
Two type of caliber. Okay.
Two different types of fighters. So when you look at last night when Jamal Charlo was fighting a guy who I felt he beat all 12 rounds. He beat up in every round. He touched up and punched on in every round. The only reason that Jamal looked the way he looked after the fight was because of the style of the fight that he chose to fight, which was in a very aggressive style and a style that where he was trying to press and try to knock the guy out. And what I was trying to explain to people when they watch the Shakur fight and they're telling him to step up, I think he could have got the guy out. You don't know if he can get the guy out just because you step up pressure. That night, that guy may not just want to get knocked out, or he may be hard to get knocked out. So what do you do in turn? In turn, all you do is you exert all of this energy. You put all this pressure on your body physically, because the more punches you throw in all those different angles, you increase the chances of hurting your own hands or messing up something on your own body. And then in the process, if you don't get the knockout, what are they saying? Are they saying what a warrior you were for stepping to the fire? Are they talking about how aggressive you were? No, they're going to talk about how the fighter was able to last 12 rounds when going into the fight they expected you to get him out of there in 4 or 5 rounds. And that's what we saw last night. So I don't think they can have it both ways. When Shakur Stevenson beat you up for 12 rounds straight,
y'all go on mute.
Okay, my bad.
But he maintains a defensive responsibility, and they say, "Oh, that's horrible. Why he's fighting scared?" But then Jamal Charlo goes out there; he has no defensive responsibility, or I shouldn't say no, but he doesn't prioritize his defensive responsibility. He's more offensive minded, and he does exactly what y'all asked Shakur to do. But the fighter doesn't get out of there. Same thing with Demetrius Andrade in his last fight. Demetrius Andrade stepped to the guy, and he was aggressive, and it opened him to up to get countered, which is what happens when you're over aggressive like that. They say these guys are getting older, they're getting exposed, they don't look as good. But when Shakur Stevenson does what he does on the flip side, they say he fights scared. What is he doing? Step to him, right? So what happens if they do step to these guys and they don't get the knockout? Y'all see the difference in the narratives?
Yeah, now all of a sudden they ain't got power and they've been exposed.
All of a sudden they now got power. Yeah, now they got exposed and they can't beat the top guys in their division. So why do that when you can just outbox them for 12 rounds and get your ass out of there and get your and collect your check and move on to the next guy? And that's my issue with these narratives that they got going out there is they're inconsistent. Because they expect, well, I think he would have knocked him out. You don't know what the fuck somebody's gonna do when they get in there. What if the guy is not trying to get knocked out? What if the opponent is not an opponent that is gonna go anywhere that night? I'm sorry, I was gonna say Shakur Stevenson again. Like Devin Haney. Devin Haney stepped to Linares the majority of that fight. He put on a tough performance, right? And did you hear anybody talking about the style that Devin Haney fought? No. They are not talking about that. They're still talking down on these guys no matter what they do because at the end of the day, if you don't win the way they want you to win, when they want you to win, against who they want you to win it by, then they're gonna talk crap about you.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Y'all know what's hella funny? When Inoue has a tough fight, it's the fight of the fucking year. You know what I mean? It ain't that he got exposed or he looked a little shaky. It's the fight of the year. When he get the shit beat out of him, and he really shouldn't have
showed his warrior spirit.
These motherfuckers are crazy.
Against an old Nonito Donaire. They're not saying, well, wow, he's not getting the same treatment as Devin Haney when they say, well, Linares is washed up. I mean, young Linares probably would have beat Devin Haney. They're not saying a young Donaire probably would have beat Inoue. They're not saying that narrative.
Man, I forgot how to anticipate it, man. I mean, this shit just it just irks my spirit, man. And then they listen. I was on the channel. I was on the channel yesterday, man. And the
yeah, I remember
because I said I'm racist. You damn right I'm racist because them niggas is racist too. So all that bullshit that we talking about, like if niggas is racist to me, I'm racist to y'all too. You know what I mean? So whatever y'all do to my people, I'm doing it to y'all's. You know what I'm saying? Fuck what y'all
see, we was talking about this at the beginning of the show, Tank, and since before you got here, you know, I didn't like what I've been hearing the last couple of days, especially tonight. I didn't like what I was seeing in the chat over at Fred's. You know, I mean, we gonna sit here and say that we supposed to support all black fighters, right? So are we supporting all black fighters, or are we only supporting the black fighters that fit our narrative or say what we want them to say? Once they say something that we don't like, now we start shitting on them. That don't make no sense to me. I don't understand that.
That's been the case, though. I mean, if you look at it,
then why even say we support all black fighters when you clearly don't?
I can't speak for what somebody else say. You gotta. That's a question for that's a very serious and valid question that you got to ask the people who's saying that. Call them to task on that. Hey, how can you say this but then you do that? But me, I make sure that's why I make sure I don't say those kind of things, so nobody can hold me accountable to words that I don't say.
That is a fact, big bro. That is a fact, big bro. You never heard that come from you.
Yeah, and to that point, Tank, my point to that has been the Charlos, even though I'm a fan, you know, of these guys, man, and Jamel's comments, whether it was yesterday or the race doesn't matter comment, you know, they hurt my feelings as a black man, but at the same time, we gotta cite our source. Trey made that point. We gotta cite our source on that. These guys ain't all the way there. So why are we looking for logical thinking from crazy people? And my thing with that is, since the Charlos have shown us that they don't necessarily need our support, that they don't feel like they necessarily need our support, let's just veer it towards other black fighters who do, like a Demetrius Andrade, who I've said before, shit talking really ain't his thing. Like, he tried it, it's really not his thing. You got guys coming up like Stephen Fulton. Let's start caping up for him. You got a guy like Gary Russell Jr.
No. Hey, Cool Boy talked that shit. Cool Boy talked that shit for sure.
I mean, yeah. He talked that shit, but let's really get behind him and let him and build a bigger fan base so he can get some of these big fights. Because, like you were saying earlier, Kyle, this is why I want the undisputed fight to happen at 118, so Inoue could move up and fight Cool Boy Steph.
Oh, he'll get the shit beat that. He got a lot of.
We spoke about that. We're gonna cook on that in a second.
Hey, he got.
Let's just start kicking up for fighters who aren't necessarily the most outspoken when it comes to trying to promote themselves. Let's hop on their bandwagon and try to get them more exposure.
Hey, listen.
But what happened? What happened to?
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Anyway, got a lot of ass whoopers coming at 122. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. My college on a minute.
All right, brother.
Take it easy.
Please don't get booted off, man, because Cam don't get home for like another 20 minutes.
All right.
Man, you need to start giving the mantle to people, these brothers that's gonna be in here all the time too.
Give it to Tank.
That's man. I called you the other night, man. You don't know how many people was in your backstage. We was cooking that one night the other night, and people was trying to get on the panel, and we was helpless.
You gotta call my phone.
I mean, no, I called your phone. I brother. I text you. I
don't text me. Listen, texting me is the wrong thing to do. Ask Phil. I don't answer his text until the next 4-5 days, man. Listen.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, Kyle. I was using my phone to be on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I've been having audio problems when I use it to my laptop. So I was using my phone to be on the show like I'm doing right now.
I be sleep. You know what I'm saying? I be into some stuff, or I'm knocked out sleep, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got to hear the phone.
Too much information, Kyle. Too much information.
Too much TMI, guys. TMI.
I'll be on the show all night like Cinto. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ain't on it,
I've been trying to give him the damn thing for the longest, man.
Yeah, we just know we just have people all up backstage and everybody's like, me too. I'm back too. Trey just happened to jump in.
Hey man, I'm past my probational period now. I know how to handle it now. Man,
probation period. Anybody hear me
right now?
We're gonna make it work.
He passed the probation period.
Hey, tomorrow we're gonna sit down and go through it because I gotta approve hella shit when I send it to you. So we're gonna do it tomorrow then. All right.
Yo, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Dang, everybody froze, man.
We got you, man.
You froze. You probably can't hear us.
See, but this is why though. Because he's supposed to come on. It's all Cam's fault, man. Take it up with Cam.
All right, brother.
See, it was on Cam that time. But hey, listen, man. Who just fell off?
DJ.
Okay, hey, listen. Man, you know it's always two players. Me thank you for breaking bread with me, man. Hold on, real quick. I gotta get the
Dang, DJ, what happened? Everybody just froze. Did y'all hear me?
No, you froze. You froze, bro.
I froze.
Yeah, you froze.
That was me.
Yeah, that was you.
I want y'all to breathe air and live life, man. Happy Father's Day to my guy, man. He'd have been a hell of a father, man. Hell of a father, man. He didn't get to meet his child, but I always ride for him, man. Salute to you, my brother. I love you, man. I'm a forever do whatever I gotta do for you. You know, it's always true and prayers me. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me, man. Honestly, man, I got nothing but love for y'all, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Keep your phone these niggas next, of course. And I'm gonna get with y'all tomorrow. Cam, hop your silly ass on so they can you know what I'm saying, so they can keep on reading up.
All right, Kyle, get some sleep, man.
All right, brother, take it easy, man. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day.
Hey, man, I'll be up with y'all in the morning because you already know I'm only gonna take a nap and I'll be right back.
Roger that.
I've got to be at work tomorrow or actually today. Huh?
Oh, but you already know, man. It's 4 a.m. Because see, the thing is, when I first started this, I was on leave. So I told myself, I said, hey man, I'm gonna just do 8 a.m.s every day. But then they started holding me over after. So it was from 8 to 8. And I said, nah, hell no, fuck this. I need to get home to my kids. So that's why I've been doing 4 a.m. shifts and shit like that so I can get home. Because you get mandated for 12 hours. So if I come in early, you can't mandate me to stay open. If I stay over, it's 16. So more money, more money. So that's how I do it.
Sure, bro. Right, get your little power nap in, bro, my man.
You already know, man. Primary energy and the Red Bull will get me straight. I'm gonna try tomorrow.
Yeah, bros.
So yeah, me and Kyle were speaking about what happens because watching the Inoue fight last night, and we saw how he kept hitting. However you say the guy's name, man. I'm not even gonna try to butcher it. He kept hitting him with that same left hook to the body, kept dropping him with it. And me and Kyle noticed that if he fights any fighter, well, we say slick black fighter, but if he fights any fighter that has, if he's a southpaw, if he has a good straight left, or if he's an orthodox fighter with a good jab, he can beat Inoue.
Yeah, Inoue's game is power. He got to get to you to get them power shots off. And somebody like Cool Boy Steph, who got great footwork, great hand speed, and a little bit of pop, will stay away from him and pot shot him and might get him out of there because Cool Boy Steph got a little pop on him.
Yeah, and what about Figueroa? Figueroa's big for that weight class too at 122. So
And Figueroa punches in volume.
He'll be a good fight for him too.
Yeah, he punches in volume. Figueroa's a tough fight for him also.
Yeah, man. So there's a lot of good fights for him at 122. And they said, what's his name? Antonio Russell, who's I looked him up while Batman was talking about him last week. He is the mandatory or the number one contender for NOA's WBA belt. So does he defend against him, or does he wait for the winner of Nonito Donaire and Casimero and try to get undisputed, which I think will happen because both of those guys were at NOA's fight last night, even though they have a fight coming up, in August.
Right, and that's why I brought it up to Batman that night or that morning we was talking. What did he want? What do they want to see next for Gary Russell? Speaking of Gary Antonio Russell, at 118, and he didn't hesitate, did he? He said NUA right away.
He brought up NUA right away.
Exactly. So that lets me know that they've been already talking about that. They already know exactly what they want, and it's just a matter of getting a fight. And my thing with Inoue is I want to see what he does when he gets into the ring with a fighter who can make round to round adjustments. That's what I need to see, or that's what I'm going to gauge him off of. Like right now, he's beating up guys who, like you guys were talking about, he's getting hit with the same left hook to the same area in on the right side of his body in his liver, but he can't make any adjustments. He had a chance to make an adjustment between rounds, and his coaches didn't, from what I seen, didn't give him nothing to work with, or he couldn't execute whatever it was the game plan they gave him to adjust to. Because the very next round he came in and got beat the hell up with the same damn punch until he got stopped. And to me, I got to see him in there with a fighter that will make adjustments, not can make adjustments, that will make adjustments, because there's a difference. Sometimes fighters can do stuff, but for whatever reason, whether it's machismo or whatever the case may be, or they won't do what they know they can do in the ring, right? The way Floyd Mayweather fought Marcos Maidana in the first fight is totally different than the way he fought him in the second fight, which leads, and it wasn't that far apart, which leads me to believe that he could have fought the way he fought the second fight in the first fight had he chosen to do so. So, and the reason I bring that up is because Stephen Fulton was mentioned, and although I do agree and believe he has all of the requisite skill sets that's necessary, I've seen him in fights choose to fight toe-to-toe slugfest for no reason that I could tell, other than the fact that he wanted to show that he can do it. Now, there are certain fighters that you can get in the ring with and make the mistake of doing that with. And when you get in the ring with certain fighters, whether it be the judges or whoever the case may be, they may be leaning towards someone else as a fan favorite versus you, and they'll give them a round that you probably deserve, all because you got into a slugfest. We saw that this past weekend with Jamal Charlo. There was no round that I saw Montiel win last night. I thought he got beat all 12 rounds, but because of the way Jamal Charlo fought, all you heard was people praising this dude. But I saw him run. It looked like he was tired. It looked like he was at points of time he was running away from Jamal. When he caught his breath, he was throwing punches back, but he looked off balance. He looked sloppy. They didn't talk about none of that. All they kept talking about was, he's still hanging around. He's still here. What is he doing to stay around? It's just because he has good legs. His legs look like they were in shape. They didn't fail him as he got tired in the fight. And
people were expecting Maul to stop that guy. That's why, Tank. Everybody was expecting Maul to stop this guy because nobody had heard of this guy. But I said this on this panel a couple of weeks ago, and I say it a lot because I've been telling people this for the last couple of weeks. Just because you haven't heard of a guy doesn't mean he can't fight.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think, and like I was saying earlier, before you and Santos hopped on, I think Jamal realized around the eighth or ninth round, just like Montiel realized. And on Jamal's point of view, he was like, I've hit this kid with everything I got, and he's still here. And Montiel probably realized, wait, he's hit me with everything he's got, and I'm still here. And I think Maul kind of tried to take a little bit off the gas and just secure the win at that point. I don't think he gassed out because, as we know, the Charlos always stay in great shape. They don't ever look like they're ever out of fight shape. They don't ever blow up between fights. So I think he was in great shape because he kept throwing a lot of punches. But at the same time, he wasn't sitting down on them the same way. And I watch fights with the commentary off. I watch fights on mute so I can't hear the commentary because I know how they do. But that's just what it looked like to me. I think he realized around the 8th and 9th round, like, okay, this kid ain't going nowhere. Let me just secure the win.
Well, don't forget the fact that he broke his hand, DJ.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that until Kyle showed me. I didn't know he broke his hand. I don't follow them on social media, so I didn't see that. But yeah, I didn't know he broke his hand until today, until Kyle just showed me a few minutes ago. So that definitely played a bigger part in it. That could have played a bigger part in it. My bad. But yeah, that's what he definitely made that fight a lot tougher than it should have been. But that's that thing with chasing the knockout. Once you get a guy in there, and then all you've been hearing leading up to the fight, this guy's nobody. You should be able to get him out quick. He's the number 4 contender. He's been knocked out before. So, you know, that ego and that machismo, as Tank was saying, gets a hold of guys. And it's like, I can knock this motherfucker. And you hitting him. You having great success. Like, if you go back and watch that 5th and 6th round, Jamal was punishing him, man. Like you were saying, Sheldon, I thought the fight could have been stopped. But seeing as how he's Mexican, y'all have to correct me if I'm wrong. I've never seen a Mexican corner stop a fight. I haven't seen it. You have to literally take them out, and they have to try to, and they can't beat the count. I've never seen a Mexican trainer and a Mexican coach, especially when it's all his family. Like, those were all his uncles, brothers, whoever else, his dad, all in that corner. I thought they should have stopped the fight around the 5th and 6th round, but they didn't. And I didn't think they were going to stop the fight. You say the referee, but he was fighting back. See, every time he got in trouble, he started swinging back. And the ref, as long as you're swinging back, the ref ain't going to stop the fight.
That's a fact. So,
I was talking to Santos earlier, and I'm going to ask you, Tank, because I got Santos's idea on it already. I'm going to ask you, Tank, then Santos. Did that fight tell you more about Montiel or more about Maul?
Tell me more about Jamal for me. And what it told me is that, he's willing to go through the fire to get a win. All 12 rounds. He's going to keep his stamina. He can keep up the pace. He can throw a bunch of punches and bunches. And that he now knows that he can fight through a cut eye and a swollen eye. And he can continue moving and pressing after that. He also learned that how to adjust after he gets hit with a nice good body shot that he didn't get to see coming. And because he got caught with a couple good body shots, and he was able to make the adjustment. So, I thought it told me more about Jamal, and I think even more importantly, it taught Jamal more about Jamal.
Santos?
Well, I didn't see it. Yeah. I fell asleep on a portion of the fight, so I don't want to pass judgment until I look at the fight into its entirety.
That's okay. I want to get y'all's opinion on this. I don't know if y'all saw it or not. I didn't see the fight, but I saw the highlights on social media. Who do we blame for putting Beck the Bully in there with Gabe Rosado? Ain't no way in hell I'm putting my 7-0 fighter in there with a grizzled veteran like Gabe Rosado. What do y'all think about that?
Who do you blame?
You already got my comments. I think it was fucking stupid.
I think that was idiotic for them to put him in there with Gabe Rosado. Gabe has over 40
whoever the matchmaker was a fucking idiot.
I'm getting feedback.
Go ahead, Tank. I just want to get your opinion on that.
You said me or you said DJ?
No, you, Tank. You.
Go ahead, Tank. I want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah. So as far as the blame, I blame the managers. Whenever certain fights get made, like that, I blame the managers because it's the manager's job, right? Okay, everybody has different hats. The promoter is there to make money and put on the fight once the fight gets made, and they're going to direct you to the best fight that they can give you for money, as far as money wise. And a similar thing with the networks, right? The networks will tell the promoters yay or nay. Nah, we don't see any value in that. Who's that guy anyway, or whatever the case may be. But the manager is usually somebody that the fighter is supposed to trust with their career long term, as long as they're there. And the manager is usually there day to day, all the time, at least in contact with you day to day and all the time, if they can't be physically present. The manager is supposed to be the one that knows your family, knows your kids, knows what you're fighting for. Those are things that the manager is there for. The promoter's there to deal with the manager and then get you the fights made, like I said before. So when stuff like that happens, I blame the manager, right? Now, as far as the actual fight, I find it odd that, now no disrespect to Gabriel Rosado, because Gabriel Rosado did what he's supposed to do. Y'all throw somebody in there, you throw somebody like that in there with me, I get them out of the way. You know what I mean? That's the old rule in combat sports. If they don't belong in the ring with you, if they don't belong in the cage with you, if you get them out of there. And you don't know if they belong until you test them with that heat, right? That's how it goes. Now, when you have Gabriel Rosado, who's a grizzled veteran, 30+ fights in his career, taking on a guy that got seven fights in his career. And I'm not being a hypocrite. I understand that that's what happened with Spinks and Ali. I understand these things. But obviously, that's why I say you won't know if they don't belong in the ring until you get in the ring and you figure it out and you put feet to fire. Obviously, Spinks belonged in the ring with Ali at that particular point in Ali's career, right? So you have to put everything is a case-by-case basis. And my thing is the adulation that's going on post the fight, right? Okay, so I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Gabriel Rosado just got off a fighting with Daniel Jacobs, who some people believe that Gabriel Rosado won. Now, I do. I believe
I'm one of them.
If Daniel Jacobs was in the spot of Gabriel Rosado last night, and Daniel Jacobs coming off of what some people believe was a loss to Gabriel Rosado, knocked out a fighter that only had 7 professional fights, the same fashion with the same right hand, right? Does he get credit, or do they say, well, the guy doesn't have any experience, he only has 7 fights? Or are they saying, oh my God, that's a candidate for knockout of the year for Danny Jacobs? These are the things that I see when I saw that, and when I paid attention to the social media response to it.
That's what they said, Tank?
Yeah, if you listen to the fight, see, I watch with the sound zone. That don't bother me. I know what I'm seeing. I don't need to, I like hearing a crowd and the punches landed and the punches land and the corner talk. Right. So I like listening to fights with the sound on, and that's exactly what they were saying. And then after the fight, when I was watching the feeds in my social media and the back-to-back, people are posting this knockout and they're praising it. Nobody's saying, who is this guy? Why is he fighting against that guy? Right? Nobody's saying that.
Well, the only person I heard say it yesterday on the telecast, I will be honest, even though I don't like the motherfucker, the only person that I heard say it was Sergio Mora. He said, why did they even make this fight? He said, who put this guy? He said, why would they put this guy in with Gabriel Rosado? He said, I don't even know why they made this fight.
Yeah, I had no clue that he was fighting Gabe Rosado. I thought he was fighting another up and comer or another journeyman. I had no clue that he was fighting Gabe Rosado. If I'd have saw that, man, I was like, who in the hell is making his fight? This match making his fight. There's no way if I'm a promoter, there's no way I'm putting my 7-0 fighter in there with a fighter who has over 40 fights and is a grizzled veteran on the championship level like Gabe Rosado.
That's just common sense. Tank, you compete in combat sports. You know what we're
But y'all
talking
gotta
about.
understand though.
You don't put
my
a
brothers,
7-fight
what is
guy
the
in there
scenario,
with
right?
Gabe Rosado. You don't do that. That's stupid.
But this is the thing though, Shelton. What is the scenario? Like, am I the fighter? Like, remember, I blame the manager, right? The manager knows what the fighter's fighting for. So
Right.
if I'm the fighter and I'm telling him, look, I'm not getting no fights. I'm not getting no younger. I'm not gonna get no other shot like this. They told me I can make $50,000. Man, I ain't made $50,000 in one fight ever, or
Right.
whatever the case may be. It took me a whole, working where I work. It take me 2 years. Maybe he makes $20,000 a year. It takes me 2 years to make $50,000. I can make this on one night. Fuck it, give it to me. He's a guy who cuts easy, and they say he has already got 12, 13 losses. I don't know the scenario. That's all I'm saying, y'all.
I got you.
I know what y'all know. I know what's boxing.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I don't know the scenario with this person's.
Well, Beck the Bully has been getting a real big push. So when you get in a real big push like that, that tells me that people is putting something in your pocket when you step into the ring. You know what I mean? So
or in your head.
So if I'm the manager,
if
I'm the manager, I'm like, look, man, they offer you this Rosado fight. Now I'm telling you, as your manager, I'm advising you, don't take this fight. You're probably not going to beat this guy.
Right. And it'll fuck up your long-term money.
It's going to fuck you up in the long term. So let's go another direction, maybe take a few thousand less. But this guy, you don't want this fight. It's just like when everybody was pushing for Berlanga. Let's put him in there with Gabe Rosado. You remember, Tank, we had this conversation. What did I say? Don't do it.
It's not that. He's not that kind of guy. It's not that. I'd rather, and y'all already know, I give the fight that I want Berlanga in and the only fight that you'll hear me talk about is Kevin Newman Jr. versus Berlanga.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, the only way, and when we talked about it, what did I say? I said the only way that I would say I would give it an okay for Berlanga versus Gabriel Rosado is if you make it around the Puerto Rican thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? If you make it around the Puerto Rican thing,
and both of them get paid, right?
And they both get paid, exactly. Because there has to be some compensation because you have a lot riding on Berlanga's future, but Gabriel Rosado, he's one of those gatekeepers that take his job serious because he don't believe he's a gatekeeper. Right. He believes he's inside the gate. He believes he's amongst the rest. But he's a gatekeeper. Let's keep it 100.
That's what he is.
He's a gatekeeper who is like a Josefito Lopez. They don't think they're gatekeepers.
Right, exactly.
You can't tell Josefito Lopez he's a gatekeeper.
Hell no.
He's like, man, shit, put me in there with Keith Thurman and I'm gonna show you. Put me in there with one of these tough guys that y'all say is this or that, and I'll make a tough fight for him. That's what these guys do.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was telling the guy yesterday. He was arguing with me about the
no disrespect
about the Beck the Bully fight, and I'm like, dude, check it out. Look at Gabe Rosado. He lost. He's lost 13 losses. But who did he lose to? He didn't lose to no 7 fight guys and no 13 and 27 guys. He lost to high-level competition. So if you put a guy in there with Gabe Rosado and he ain't ready, Gabe's going to find out. And Gabe's probably going to stop him.
Now you got Beck the Bully on the wrong end of a highlight with his booty in the air.
Right. And that's going to last a lot longer than whatever money he made for that fight.
Facts. What you think, Santos? Am I right or wrong?
What about Gabe?
About putting a 7-fight fighter in the ring with Gabe.
Well, I a lot of times I think these guys get, when they're trying to fast track him, they might have been too fast tracking this guy. There's a lot of guys okay, like Victor Ortiz, my man Boots Ennis. You know, there's a lot of talk about them. I know they have a lot more fights, but there's a lot of talk about them going against the elite fighters of the welterweight division. This is one of the reasons I don't like these type of fights. Now, Gabe is a game fighter, period. He may be a gatekeeper, but he is a game fighter, period. He's going to give anybody a run for their money, no matter how good or how bad they are. Gabe said the guy could hit, said he did hurt him, but he knew he had to take a knee early, which I saw that, and he recollected himself, gathered himself, and the next round he came out and, worked the strategy. That the experience beat that kid. And that's what beat a lot of these fast tracking fighters is the experience. He caught that kid like Marquez caught Pacquiao, coming in for the charge and blah, yeah, lights out, face down, butt up. And this kid never knew what hit him. And this may shake the confidence of this kid going forward. Then again, it may make him a better fighter. We don't know. But at the same time, he didn't have to take a dangerous fight like that. I mean, they could have put him in with somebody a little bit less gamier than Rosario, in my opinion. But hey, they get what they asked for, and they're thinking this was a mistake. You don't look down on a Gabe Rosario just because he got a number of losses. Gabe don't mind losing, but he's going to give you his effort to win, and he goes in with the attitude that I am going to win. Now, some of those fights he lost, probably questionable, especially in his opinion. But at the same time, you put your fight in there with a Gabe Rosario, you better be hoping that he knows what he's doing and has enough experience to compete against a Gabe Rosario or a Josecito Lopez. These guys, losing is not a problem with them, but they're gonna give you all their heart can give you. And both of them have hearts. They both are dogs. And look, Josecito is punching harder now than he was when he was at the prime of his career. So I mean, you got to be careful with stuff like that. But hey, this is what these guys, they're doing. They after the money, they think they know what's best, and they find out they're not knowing as much as they thought. So I kind of want them to slow down the fast tracking of certain European fighters anyway, personally. So to me, it was kind of like pie in the face. So I hate it for the kid, but I don't have a problem with him getting knocked out by one of my favorite fighters. I like Gabe Rosario, and I think people shortchange him a lot. And he got his just dues the other night, So it is what it is.
So he got him. They hit him with that Dave Chappelle. Gotcha, bitch.
Take you wrong for that, man.
You want to get fast track, man. You still have knocked out fast. But I'm gonna say this, and this is because I'm the one that brought up the Daniel Jacobs fight and how gritty how that fight looked the way it looked. I think that it's a combination of those are two fighters that draw from the crowd, and they were fighting in front of nobody. But they're two fighters who, if you watch the way they fight, they draw energy from the crowd, right? One way or the other. But also, that was the first fight that I've seen in a long time, or if ever at all, that Gabriel Rosado went in there not to lose. And usually he goes in there balls to the wall, and you know what I'm saying, he doesn't care about wins and losses. But that fight, because I think partially because of the shit that he was talking, he went in there and made sure that he was going to box and not lose that fight. He ended up losing the fight, but I think he lost the fight because judges was like, that's not you, and you don't fight like that, more so than anything else. But that just for the record, but that's just my take on that fight.
Yeah, and you see it but you see this type of stuff in MMA all the time, man. Primary example of that, I don't know if y'all have heard me speak about this before, and there's a fighter by the name of Yair Rodriguez out of Mexico. At the time, the UFC was trying to give him a big push. They were trying to get behind him. He was 14-1. All kinds of crazy spinning wheel kicks, roundhouse kicks, everything.
Hold on, DJ.
Yeah.
Is this the guy they put in the ring with Cowboy Cerrone?
No. This ain't the same guy.
That was the other prospect. They put that prospect in with Cerrone, and Cerrone wrecked his ass.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Alexander something Hernandez.
Yeah, he
wrecked his name, man. Yeah, Cowboy mauled him because he talking shit to Cowboy, and Cowboy didn't appreciate that. He was like, "Who the fuck's this kid think he's talking to?" But I'm gonna show you. But they put this kid in there with Frankie Edgar at the time. They were trying to fast track Yair Rodriguez. And if you know anything about Frankie Edgar is a grizzled veteran, former champion. He's just one of those guys you don't fuck around with. He's all business. He's one of the nicest guys on the planet. But this guy changed Rodriguez in that fight.
Yeah, I know Frankie
allowed to get off all those crazy spinning attacks, and he just beat the piss out of him. And I think if he didn't stop him, he was close to stopping him, or he just beat him up for 5 rounds. But that changed that kid's career, and he hadn't been the same since. Now, what me and DB have been talking about for the past few weeks, there's another prospect, born in Chechnya, born and raised in Chechnya. Now he's fighting out of Sweden by the name of Khamzat Chimaev, who's 9-0. And he had
170 or 185.
He's 170. He fights in between them.
Yeah,
he's fought most of his fights at 170. He's 9-0, right? And to no fault of his own, he's had COVID and he's recovering from COVID, had a bad reaction to COVID. But at one point, they were going to put this kid in there since he had 5 fights within a couple months. They were going to put this kid in there with Leon Edwards. I thought that was a bad idea, but they were trying to fast track him because Dana White likes him. Because he's one of those Dana White likes guys who want to get in there and want to fight. And they were going to put him in there with somebody like Leon Edwards. Now, if you saw Leon Edwards last week or a couple weeks ago, you saw what caliber of fighter he is. Leon is arguably top 3, top 2 in that welterweight division, should get the next shot at Kamaru Usman in that rematch between those two. But if you put a 9-0 kid in there with Leon is going to fuck him up. And he's probably going to change the trajectory of that kid's career. Even with Sean O'Malley, who they were trying to build up, they put him in there with a guy like Chito Vera, who just fought last Saturday. And if you didn't see that fight, Chito Vera is a tough fighter who has, I think, close to 30 fights. And at that time, Sean O'Malley had only 10 fights. The UFC and MMA does that a lot. They will eat their young. If they like a kid and he's gotten 2 or 3 knockouts in a row or 2 or 3 finishes in a row, they'll start trying to push this kid. This male or female, doesn't matter. They'll start trying to push him, get behind them, and they'll start pushing them towards title contention before they're ready. And they will eat their young. They will take these beatings or get knocked out, and it'll change the trajectory of these guys' career. So I really don't like putting inexperienced prospects in there with grizzled veterans. I don't like that. You will change these people for the worse. Like, I don't think, even though he's the number 1 contender and I think he should take the fight, but if I'm invited, that's just me being a fan on the outside looking in. But I think it's smart that Victor Ortiz is not taking that fight with Terrence Crawford, because Terrence Crawford would change that kid's career.
Victor Ortiz is damn near retired. You mean Virgil? Virgil,
one of them V's. Virgil Ortiz, excuse me. I think that would change the trajectory of his career. I think Terrence Crawford would either stop him or give him a vicious beating in that fight. But you're the number 1 contender. And the way I feel about number 1 contenders, either shit or get off the pot.
Yeah, I thought that was a dumb idea when they first started talking about it. Like, you gonna put this kid in there with Crawford? Don't you think he should put him in with Danny or somebody? Why would you put him in there with Crawford? Crawford's gonna beat the shit out of this guy. He gets hit too much.
And the craziest thing about it, a fight like that does nothing for the legacy or the career of Terrence Crawford. Nothing at all.
Nothing. You don't get nothing out of that.
Yeah, it's like with me earlier today. I think somebody sent me a message on Instagram about a comment that I made in regards to, who was it? It was in regards to who's that one? Is at 160, a fighter at 160. Jaime Munguia.
Munguia. He just fought yesterday. He fought yesterday.
And yeah, right. And the comment that I was saying was in regards to the fact that he's the number one ranked in the WBO and the WBC, and that's a fight that should be made, him versus Andrade or him versus Jamal Charlo. And then I had people coming into the comment or tagging me or whatever you call it, responded to the comment that I made. And then somebody was like, well, he's a kid or he's not ready, like these different things. And I'm like, come on, man, knock it off. You know, I call bullshit on that entire narrative. This guy is younger than both of them. So he's in his physical prime at 24 years old. And he has more fights than both of them as a professional. So he has more professional experience than both of them. I'm not going to allow that narrative to go past my desk, as they say. Y'all can spit it as much as you want to, but the number one ranked fighter in the WBO has 7. Was it 7? He got probably almost 7 fights more than Andre got, because I think he got 37 wins.
Yeah, he's 37-0 as of yesterday. He's 37.
Okay, so he got 37 wins as of last night, and Andre has 30, but he's not ready for Andre. When Andre is 33 years old, Andre is about 9 years this guy's senior, and on the other side of his physical prime.
But Andre ain't shit, remember?
That's what I'm saying. I thought he was a horrible fighter. He's a horrible fighter. Even Jamal doubled down on that last night. So if he's such a horrible fighter, and he's 33 years old, you 9 years his junior, and you still in your physical prime, and you got more professional experience than him, what is the issue? And you've already been a champion at 154, just like he was a champion at 154. Why are boxing fans of his saying he's a baby, he's only 24 years old, he's not ready yet?
They're afraid Andre is gonna do him the same way Mayweather did Canelo. That's all it is. I judge your way of being ready as the amount of experience that you have. Like this is the reason why I throw Boots Ennis in there with an Errol or a Terrence Crawford. Boots Ennis has 26, 27 fights. He has the same amount of fights. He has at or around the same amount of fights as Errol Spence Jr. So how is he not ready?
Right. And shout out to God Body Sports and News, because that was where I was going when I read his comment. So it was your comment that inspired me to think of that post on my IG earlier. But go ahead.
Well, do we go by the number of fights they have attempted or completed, or do we go by the quality of the competition that they've?
The number of fights, because the quality is the manager's.
No, it's totally wrong, my brother. Totally wrong.
The quality, to me, the quality is up to the manager and the promotional company. That's not my problem. My thing is get the way it's supposed to work is you have a team. It is the team's responsibility to get you ready for title contention by your 20th fight. That's how most of boxing has been for as long as I've been watching coming up. If you go back to all your favorite fighters, at least in the modern era, right? And you go look at it, whether it's Roy Jones, Floyd Mayweather, James Toney, Bernard Hawk, all these guys, you'll start to see around between a 15th and 20th fight is when they'll start getting the opportunity to get into title contention. And by that time, your management team is supposed to throw you in with different styles, right? It's not necessarily the competition in terms of the names. It's more so like get him in there with a brawler, get him in there with somebody who got fast feet, get him in there with somebody who's going to hug him all day, get him in there with somebody who's a power puncher, get him in there with somebody who's not going to let him knock him out, because he has his first 10 fights are all knockouts, but we needed to see if he can go the distance. Like those are like, you know what I'm saying? Those are the things.
That's not the fighter's fault.
That's why I said it's the manager and your teams.
But so if it hasn't been done, you don't throw that great of less experienced fighter to the wolves. You got Errol Spence, who's got a much greater body of work with the same amount of fights as Boots, but his body of work with the competition is much greater. You got a Terrence Crawford who has many more fights, but his body of work is not up Errol Spence at welterweight. So competition makes a whole competitional experience makes a lot of difference. You got Floyd Mayweather, who probably had less than 100 amateur fights or more, but his quality of work that he faced catapulted him to the Olympics. When you had the Triple G's and the Lomas that had a few hundred fights, you got a lot of Cubans have a few hundred fights. Guy that's from Tacoma, Washington. When I was a kid, he was fighting amateur in Nashville. Same team I was boxing with. Johnny Bumpers had a few hundred fights, but there was guys that fought on the same team he did during the same era that had less amateur fights, but the quality of the fighters and the experience they gathered was similar. So when they get into the professional rank, you're not seeing a big difference in those guys. So quality of the competition makes a whole lot of difference. Now, it's not the fighter's problem. It's not his fault if management's not putting together, because as Errol Spence said, the fighters don't know how to make fights. The fighters know how to fight. Their handlers know how to make the fights. If they don't make the right fight, okay, this 7-0 guy, his manager's made a mistake, put him in there with a Gabe Rosario. So you can't always go by the number of fights these fighters have had and say he qualifies to get in there with the most experienced person, because you could be, ruining that person, before they even get a chance to shine good. So, Mike Tyson, he got in there. He was fast track. Believe it or not, Mike Tyson was fast track, but he was knocking everything out. He was knocking everything out. The competition came to him a little early. So
and that Santos is a different era, because Mike had 24 fights in his first year of boxing.
That was gonna be my next question. How many fights did he have before he got his first title shot?
Oh, Mike was 33-0 when he got his first title shot. He's like 33.
Mike was what?
Like 33, 34-0. He had 24 fights in his first year. He fought 24 times his first year.
Yeah, and I just finished watching that. If y'all hadn't seen it yet, please check it out. It's amazing. That the Kings documentary. If y'all hadn't seen that yet, please check it.
Yes, I did.
Oh, man, it's great. It's great stuff, man. I think Sugar Ray Leonard was what, 25, 26-0 before he got his first title shot?
Yep. 25-0.
I mean, once these guys start hitting 20+ fights, man, it's like, all right, let's go ahead and start moving them along, start setting them up for title contention. That's why I don't want them to do Boots the same way Keith Thurman did Errol Spence for whatever reason. Now he's come out and had his take on things. We've heard his side of things. But at the same time, Errol said, I've been calling this guy out since I was 13, 14-0. He didn't want to fight me. So, once these guys start hitting 20+ fights, man, I think it's really time for them to start talking about title contention. And Boots, right, we've seen him in there with these guys. It's going to be hard for him to get fights against these guys who aren't champions. Like Jamal James, or you've heard Sean Porter say he's not fighting him. I don't think Keith Thurman has any interest in fighting him. So it's going to get harder and harder for him to get fights unless he steps up in competition and starts fighting these other champions.
My
thing with Boots is this. In my opinion,
Mike Tyson. I always want to make a correction for the people listening on the replay. Mike Tyson's fight for against Trevor Berbick was his 28th professional fight.
Oh, that was 28?
28? See?
28, no.
And Boots is what, 26, 27-0 now?
27-0. But the
27-0. So, yeah, Errol was 27-0.
My thing with Boots is this, though. If you're going to fight Boots, to all those guys, I'm talking Crawford, Spence, all of them. If you're going to fight Boots, you better fight him now.
Exactly.
Don't let that kid get another year or two of experience, because in 2023, Boots is going to be a real problem for anybody. It's not going to matter who it is.
And just like Marvin Hagler said in that documentary, you're only making it worse on yourself if you just keep holding me out.
Exactly. Now I'm going to make you pay.
Because all I'm going to do is keep getting in there, getting more experience, getting my timing down, getting my distance down, and I'm gonna get better and better. And by the time you fight me, I'm gonna be way better than this little pup that you thought I was 2 or 3 years ago when you should have fought me.
Yeah. Because if you don't, and here's the cold thing, even if you move up to 54, guess what? I'm coming there too. So I'm gonna fight you. You just better fight me now. Don't wait till then.
Yeah.
My thoughts. You know, you gotta think some of these. Okay, Canelo was a champion already, but he didn't get his first big fight until he fought Mayweather. Their records. Yes, it was. Who was bigger than Mayweather? Fight. Who was bigger than Mayweather?
I said that's his biggest fight. That's not his first big fight.
I'm saying his first big fight because he don't got bigger paydays since then.
Yeah, that's his biggest fight. That wasn't his first big fight.
Did he fight Cotto before or after he fought Mayweather?
After.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that's his biggest fight, but I'm just okay. Well, let me rephrase what I'm saying. In my opinion, that wasn't his first big fight. That was his biggest fight. That's from my opinion. That I think there's a difference between first big fight and biggest fight. You know what I mean? In my opinion, his first big fight was against Austin Trout. Now you can say I can argue that his first big fight was against Shane Mosley, but because of Shane's advanced age, even though it was a big fight name-wise on his resume, I don't consider that his first big fight. I consider Austin Trout his first big fight because of they were in the same weight class, and Austin Trout was in his own physical prime, and he himself was about 26-0 at that time when they fought. That's why I say that. And the very next fight, after that, he fought Mayweather. So it was in the same year. Don't get me wrong. Both of them was in 2013. You know what I mean? It was like 5 months apart or something like that. But I think just for me, I think that Austin Trout was a big fight.
So Santos, you believe that it all depends on the guy's level of competition to determine whether or not he's ready, not the amount of fights. Am I understanding that correctly? Santos. Can y'all hear me?
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, I say talent will only take you so far. Your experience can take you even further, and you grab. But what I'm saying is, when Canelo fought Mayweather, when Canelo fought Mayweather, he had almost an equal amount of fights as Mayweather. But did that make him better or equal to Mayweather, skill-wise? No, it did not. So that's a prime example. Just because you got the numbers don't always mean that you're just as good as some champion with the same numbers. Because the fact that one person had been fighting champions since they had probably 17, 18 fights all the way up until that point. The other one that hadn't had that level of competition, but they had fought some decent competition. That's why they thought that he had a chance to beat Mayweather. So you can't always judge it by the numbers.
See, I judge fighters.
And we see that Canelo is a great fighter at this point. Now, for him, it worked out, but at that time, it didn't. But it was he didn't lose anything. Now, if either one of those guys fought a Terrence Crawford or Earl Smith, they wouldn't lose anything as far as credibility. But, and depending on how they lose. But at the same time, they're not going to command the money that these guys are wanted. As far as they're kind of like medium to high risk and low reward. for these business-minded fighters nowadays. So you're not going to see that fight anytime soon. So, you know, it's got to make sense.
I judge fighters on who they fought and who they beat. That's my criteria. That's why I was so upset when everybody was running around here saying Luis Ortiz is the boogeyman. The boogeyman of what? Who did he fight and who did he beat? Nobody. So how is everybody afraid of this
dude? No one wants to fight you. No one wanted to
fight Luis Ortiz. If you haven't fought him. You haven't fought him. You haven't fought anyone. So no one is afraid of you because you haven't beat anybody.
Because everybody,
you beat,
everybody names were ducking you. That's a big difference. Let me tell you something.
That just makes no difference. That dude was never that good.
How can you get it? Wait a minute.
He's still that good. He's only lost to one.
Well, I'm gonna counter that point to Sheldon in a second. Go ahead, Santos. I'm gonna counter that point.
How is it that? Okay.
Go ahead, Santos. My bad.
Oh, you said Santos? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Santos. Santos, you froze? Go ahead, Tank.
He got to be because I don't hear him anymore.
Hey,
but yeah,
can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Over here, you know. Go ahead.
I had another app open.
Okay.
But anyway, how can you discount this guy's career when only
he don't have one? He ain't fought nobody.
Hold on. Only one. He's only lost to one guy, and this guy's the top 3 heavyweight in the world.
And who's the other guy he lost to? Okay, I give you that.
He hadn't lost to another guy.
Who else he lost to?
That guy was. That's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that guy's the top 3 welterweight. He's arguably.
But who else has he fought?
That's the problem.
He fought a bunch of cans. He fought a bunch of cans, and he fought that guy.
And your boy Tyson ain't, been on dope.
Now Joshua offered him $7 million to fight. He offered him $7 million to fight.
He didn't want to fight him at first when they had him over that match room. He didn't want to fight him at first, so he came back over here to the States. Now, when by the time Joshua wanted to fight him, it's after Wilder had already fought him. Okay, now Dillian White is the only person that I can think of on that side over there that was willing to fight him. He didn't want to fight him at first either. Okay, gave every excuse in the book. But after AJ said he was willing to fight him, then Dillian White wanted to fight him. So, if these guys are going to be ducking, we got to call a spade a spade.
And we are calling a spade a spade. All that shit don't matter. What matters is who did this guy fight? This guy beat up a bunch of cans. He didn't fight nobody.
He has fought some quality opponents, but not as many.
Who? Name one.
Because no one wanted to fight the guy.
Name one.
Who wanted? You name one that wanted to fight him before Wilder.
Name one.
Who wanted? You name one that wanted to fight him before Wilder fought him. Name one. Name one name fighter
he ain't fought
that wanted
nobody.
to fight. No, name one name fighter that wanted to fight him before Wilder fought him.
It's 3 named fighters, Santos. You acting like it's a whole wealth of fights in the heavyweight division.
You acting like it's AJ, a lot too. You saying he hadn't fought anybody.
Wilder,
so it's okay then.
And who else?
If there's not that many, then why you charge that against him?
He ain't fought nobody. Period. He ain't fought no goddamn body. I don't care how you try to spin it. He ain't fought nobody.
Who's better than him? Okay, let me ask you that. Who's better than him?
Ruiz is better than him.
You think so? They might be fighting.
I think so. I think White is better than him. I think Povetkin is better than him.
Yeah, you do.
Let me tell you why that point don't always apply.
I think Joe Joyce is better than him.
Wow.
Did you think that 2 years ago?
Yep. Because he hadn't fought nobody.
No, before Joe Joyce fought Du Bois, did you think that?
I never thought highly of Luis Ortiz because he ain't fought nobody.
What did you think of Joe Joyce before he fought Du Bois?
I thought he was gonna beat the shit out of Du Bois. That's what I thought. I thought he was gonna beat the shit out of him.
No one thought that much of.
You didn't. I did. I didn't think highly of Du Bois. I didn't think highly of him.
You want me to tell you why I didn't think that much of him? Because he has a professional loss to Usyk, and I know that for fact. And I pulled the documentation up. and they don't even.
I know he lost to Usyk in that 5-round series. I know.
Okay then.
I know he lost to Usyk.
That's why I ain't never thought that much of him. I think a lot more of him now since he beat Dubois. But before that, no, he was too slow.
Who did Dubois fight? Who did Dubois fight?
He looked a lot
better. Who did he fight?
Who
did he fight? Who did he fight? He didn't fight nobody.
Look, that's who you're giving credit to him for. That's who you're
giving. I ain't giving credit to Dubois. I told you he was gonna beat Dubois from the game.
You're giving Joe Joyce credit because of the Dubois win.
No, I'm not. I was giving Joe Joyce credit before Dubois. Dubois is nobody. He ain't fought no goddamn body.
Joe Joyce hadn't fought nobody before. He hadn't fought nobody until he fought Joe Joyce. I mean, Dubois.
I'm going on mute.
Neither one of them fought no goddamn body. That's my point.
Why you giving credit to him? Why you giving credit?
Because he better than that slow ass Ortiz.
No.
Joe Joyce will knock Ortiz the fuck out. Period.
Maybe if he can catch
him. I got my money where my mouth is. If they fight, I got my money where my mouth is. He'll knock that motherfucker out.
Okay. I feel that when they fight, we're gonna bet.
We damn sure are.
We're gonna bet because
we damn sure are. Because he gonna knock that old motherfucker slap out.
I know Ortiz.
Ortiz is a fucking bum.
I think he'll knock him out. Yeah, okay.
He's a fucking bum.
Next, when he fight Ruiz, we gonna bet.
You damn sure is. And Ortiz, Ruiz gonna smoke his ass.
I like Ruiz, but he ain't
Andy Ruiz gonna knock his old ass out.
No, he ain't. No,
he's slow.
Tank, this is gold right here, man.
He's a fucking bum.
Nah, you wrong.
Ortiz is a bum. Ortiz ain't fought nobody, ain't done shit, and ain't gonna do shit. He will never sniff a title.
You don't believe that?
Yes, I do.
Wholeheartedly, I believe that. He might not win a title because he can't get the title fights, and the only person that was willing to give him a title fight was the man himself.
Man, that dude.
So, Shel, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Shel. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Going by your logic.
Yes.
Devin Haney's a bum then, because none of these fighters want to fight him. You see Ryan Garcia backing out of a fight with him. You see Tank and Mayweather ain't wanted to fight him. You see Teofimo did everything he could to get out of that fight with him, as well as Loma.
Right.
So you look at Devin Haney's resume, and only fight he's only got 2 fights on there, and that's a washed up Gamboa, and he's got Linares. So going by your logic, Devin Haney ain't fought nobody, so therefore he's a bum as well.
Devin
and I look
Haney
at
just fought somebody. He just fought somebody.
I look at it as nobody wants to fight him, because as Tay Jones has told us, these fighters know. They know, because they're in these circles. They fought each other in amateurs. They've come up together. These fighters know. So why is it so hard for Devin Haney to get a top caliber fight other than Jorge Linares?
Because they don't want to fight.
Because they know he's the goods and they don't want to fight him. So I can put that same logic to Luis Ortiz.
You can.
These guys, these heavyweights know he's the goods because Joseph Parker was over there.
He just don't like
Joseph Parker was over there. Joseph Parker was over there in Matchroom. Joseph Parker was over there in Matchroom with a belt and didn't want to fight him.
The guy's career.
No, the guy is a piece of shit.
There's a lot of fight I don't like. But if they good.
The guy is a piece of shit because the guy was offered $7 million to fight, and he.
You know what I noticed about Eddie Hearn and Matchroom? They'll put these offers out there after number one, somebody's already lost, or they're already in negotiations with another fighter.
Exactly. They
That's the only time they put offers out. When these guys are because they didn't want because they weren't gonna fight Joseph Parker either. Only when Joseph Parker started negotiating with Deontay Wilder is when they swooped in and put that money down on the table, and Joseph Parker went over there and gave his belt away to AJ.
Listen to me, DJ. Somebody offers you $7 million and you turn that down to take $500,000. I don't need to hear nothing else.
He should have got the money, but sometimes it's principle.
I don't need to hear nothing else.
They were trying to steal him from Deontay Wilder. You know what it was, man. You know what it was.
They offered him $7 million and he took $500,000.
To Deontay for helping him make the first amount of money that he ever had the opportunity to make. Real money.
That dude ain't gonna beat nobody in the top 3 or 4. Nobody.
Well, put your guys up against him. That's all I say.
See, I disagree with you there, Sheldon. I disagree with you there, man.
Hey,
I think he'll knock Joseph Parker.
We can agree to disagree.
Hey, don't let Sheldon.
I think he'll knock Chisora the fuck out. I think he'll knock Dillian White the
Sheldon
fuck
is a
out.
very astute person about the
we
sport of
shall
boxing.
go see.
This is the biased side of Sheldon that you
Tank,
listen
hop
to.
in whenever
I'm
you
not
feel,
worried
man.
about that.
We can agree to disagree,
I'm
brother.
I'm reading the chat. The chat is into this, into y'all conversation. They're weighing in.
We can agree to disagree. What they saying, Tank? Read it.
My thing is this though. I'm just gonna say this as far as I look at the way I understand combat sports is the styles make the fights.
Can't believe lying ass Eddie. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just reading the chat out loud. My bad, man. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the way I've always understood it, the way I was raised to understand it, the way I was taught it was that the styles make the fights. You are responsible for learning as many different styles as you can in your own repertoire, and then you prepare to face any and all different styles that you can, because you never know what you're going to get once you have to compete. And so that's how I always look at it, right? And everything else is experience. Each fight is a different experience. You learn something about yourself, you learn something about the style, and you learn something about your opponent. And then you go to the next fight, and the next fight, and the next fight, and the next fight. And in every fight, you're competing with the style. That's why, like, when Floyd would always say, they were like, "Was this the hardest fight you've been in? Is this the hardest puncher? Is this going to be?" And going into fights, they would ask him, he'd be like, "Well, I don't know. That guy's never hit me." Yeah, but Jose Luis Castillo, he has 40 knockouts and 40 wins. He's got to be the hardest puncher you ever faced. And he's like, "Well, I haven't got hit by him yet." So you can't tell me who top competition is if I haven't competed with the person yet. You can't make me say that. You can't make me tell you that this guy or that guy, because I haven't fought them yet. And that's how I always looked at it, right? And styles make fights, not resumes. Resumes don't make the fight. You don't get to say, "Yeah, but I beat this guy and you didn't beat that guy," or "I beat this guy and then you beat this guy, and I'm this and then I'm that because of the guy who I fought, and then when you fought him, he was 2 years older than when I had first fought him, but so I get credit and I'm a better fighter than you because of when I beat this person." I don't think that's how it works. I think that how it works is the styles make the fights. You get about 20 or so fights to figure out all these different styles and how you compete against them, and then you compete for world titles. That's how I look at it. Now, somebody else can have a difference of an opinion based off the way they see it and the way that they've been taught, because we all have valid perspectives or valid opinions based on our personal perspectives, and I respect that. That's just how I see it. So when I see a guy like Jaron Ennis or Jaime Munguia with all these different fights, so then when are they ready? You know, when is Jaime Munguia ready for Demetrius Andrade? Then Demetrius Andrade got 30 fights, and they say he ain't fought nobody, right? He's fighting tomato cans. But then you have a guy, Jaime Munguia, who has more fights than him at 37, and they're saying he's not ready for the guy who y'all saying he's not fighting anybody. When is he going to be ready then? When he turns 30? Because in 6 years, if he turns 30, that means there's going to be 6 more years for Demetrius Andrade as well.
So he'll be 39.
So now he's ready for
Andre.
Now he's ready for Andre because Andre is 39 years old.
Exactly.
I don't go by just quote unquote level of competition, because level of competition changes with each fight. One fight, you can be the best competition out there and get your ass cleaned up in that fight and get knocked out, and then fight another fight. Now are people going to say, "Well, that was a good fight"? No, they're going to be like, "Well, no, he got washed. He got washed in his last fight." That's why they make the statements, "You're only as good as your last fight." That's why they make the statements, "Styles make fights."
You gotta update your resume,
especially now that we're in an era where guys are getting fast tracked and getting title opportunities in their second, third, fourth, fifth. I think Teofimo Lopez was in his 15th or 16th fight or somewhere around there when he started getting his title shot against Richard Comey and Vasyl Lomachenko. So this is the era we're in, and I think that it's unfair that guys like Jaron Ennis has to get labeled. Well, is he ready yet? But then when they talk about Virgil Ortiz, they're like, well, nobody wants to face this guy. I mean, the champions better be put on notice. What? So Virgil Ortiz is ready, but Boots ain't ready yet, and he has 10 more fights than the other guy. That's just my issue. I understand about getting guys in there too early and guys not ready. I think there's a distinct difference from a Jaron Ennis being in the ring or getting an opportunity versus Errol Spence and a Terrence Crawford versus Gabriel Rosado and his last opponent, where you got a 23 fight difference between the two of them. I think there's a distinct difference between those two scenarios. But that's my take on it.
And it also said a lot to me yesterday after Munguia won, after he got that stoppage victory. It said a lot to me that he called out Gabe Rosado and not Demetrius Andrade. He called out a guy, a weight class who's fighting at a weight class above him. And he didn't call out the champion who he's the number one contender for. So that's telling me that Demetrius Andrade still ain't gonna get that fight. But yet, like Tank was saying, Demetrius Andrade ain't fought nobody, but yet Jaime Munguia ain't ready. When is the kid gonna be ready, man? When are y'all waiting for? What are y'all waiting for?
And I forgot who said it also. How can you fight? How can you keep saying this guy ain't fought nobody, or that guy ain't fought nobody, or that woman ain't fought nobody, or this fighter hasn't fought nobody? Well, get him in the ring so I can fight somebody then. How can y'all keep saying he hasn't fought nobody, so why should Canelo fight him? Well, then why don't you be somebody he fights?
There it is. That's a good point.
If he's such, I don't understand that either when it comes to fighters, man. If he's such easy work, I'm gonna take that easy paycheck. Like DB has it on his channel when Daniel Cormier was talking to another fighter who's now the Bellator heavyweight champion, and Ryan Bader. Ryan Bader was accusing Daniel Cormier of getting out of the fight when really he just took the short notice fight to fight Anthony Johnson, who, if you know anything about Anthony Rumble Johnson, is a killer. He took that fight on short notice to fight Anthony Rumble Johnson after John Jones stepped out. Ryan Bader kept chirping and was like, well, you got out of the fight with me. You didn't want to fight with me. Daniel Cormier told him, no, I wanted to fight you. I told him I wanted the easiest fight in the division. I want Ryan Bader. I want the easiest fight in the division.
That was gangster. That was straight gangster.
Man, I loved it. I loved it then, and I love it even more now that DC's gone, man. He's like, I want the easiest fight in the division. Give me my paycheck now.
Yeah, why the fuck I want to fight him when I can fight you?
If it's such easy work, give me that fight. Now, man, fine. I ain't doing shit. Give me that fight.
I got one more point, fellas. What do y'all think about this? At some point, somebody gave you your shot, right? At some point, you started at number one. This is my first name on my resume. At some point. So why are you so apprehensive about you being the first person on somebody else's resume? Because it happened to you, right?
I think these guys, it's got a lot to do with that fucking old, man. These guys with these O's and these belts, they do not want to lose them O's. You know what I'm saying? They do not want to take any kind of challenge. They want the least amount of work for the most reward. That's how I see it.
And some of these motherfuckers don't even got O's and talking like that.
At the end of the day, it's about the money. Promoters are worried about the level of money they can get for fights or fighters. They're looking for current money and longevity money. If it looks like the current money mess up the longevity money, you're not going to see that fight for a minute. But if it look like the money is just as good current as it is longevity-wise, you'll see those fights. But until then, they're going to bring them along the way they bring them along.
I'm going to say it this way. Oh, my bad.
Oh, yeah, so
certain fights, certain fighters are going to see opportunities early. Certain fighters are going to see opportunities later. That's what happened to the great, marvelous Marvin Hagler. The opportunities that he saw, even though he had some belts, he was a champion for a long time. He didn't see the big money fights until later, toward the end, right before his career ended. So
it took him 50 fights to get a shot. It took him 50 fights to get a shot.
Like I said, it's about the business of boxing. most of the time. You know, we all knew Marvin Hagler was ready. They knew he was ready, but the Sugar Rays and all the other fighters, a lot of them didn't want to fight the man because he was that great, and they couldn't get that much money out of him.
And that goes to me.
That's what drives me up a wall. Go ahead, Tank.
I was gonna say that's what I'm looking at, the skill of the fighter, and does he have at least 20 fights? If he got the skill set, then test them. Throw their ass in the deep water. If they drown, they drown. That's my thing, because they talk like they can swim. So why am I protecting a fighter? My thing is this: I rock with who I rock with, win, lose, or draw. And all the fighters that I interact with behind the scenes, they know that. I let them know before every fight. Go get it. Get that work. I'm with you, win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. I rock with you because I let them know I rock with you because of this, and that. It don't got nothing to do with you. You don't have to be undefeated for me. You don't only have to keep your only 2 losses for me. You don't only have to have only 3 losses for me. I rock with you because this, and that. I may have seen the way you dealt with kids on the slide that nobody know about in terms of being philanthropic. I may have seen the way you conduct yourself, and I'll be like, okay, if I was teaching young black and brown young men how to conduct themselves, this is how you conduct yourself. You know what I mean? I'm looking at a bunch of different things. So I tell them, win, lose, or draw, I rock with you. They have an issue with these fans that are Johnny-come-latelys, that they pump you up and they be like, Erickson Lubin is the truth. And then he get beat. And then they say, well, yeah, my guy, he got exposed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And then they fall off the train with them. I don't do that. I rock with who I rock with. You see what I'm saying? And that's a difference between like us and some other boxing fans of the sport. You know what I mean? A lot of us, from what I can gather, we all rock with who we rock with, regardless of what happens in their career. You know what I mean? And I think that's important to put out there, because a lot of these guys get caught up with what Santos is saying and that business aspect that comes with it, right? And so now they don't want to lose that. And so what I look at it as is like, when Santos was speaking, I was like, there's another piece of that puzzle, right? It's the money, but it's also these guys have in this era. It's always been there, but I'm just using it as an example in this era. But it's always been there because you can even apply it to Marvin Hagler's era. But what it is guys see themselves as individual brands, and they have these different how do you call it? These different what's the phrase? Not aura, but like
persona.
They have a particular persona that they're portraying, whether it's a part of their reality or not. But they have this persona out there that is associated with that brand, and they feel like, because I put this particular persona out there, if I get defeated, or if I look bad, or if I don't look or do what I say, then it's going to count against me in the long run. So why take that fight? That's why I am not in support of fighters coming out saying, I'm going to get the knockout in 3 rounds. I'm going to do this, or I'm going to bloody him up, or I'm going to, remember Floyd Mayweather, he was watching on one of the 24/7s, he was watching a playback from the episode before, and he's like, I'm going to ice that motherfucker. You didn't come close to knocking Oscar De La Hoya down, let alone icing him. Just dominate how you dominate, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, see, that's another thing too that I don't like about this era. Cause see, if in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we wouldn't even be having this argument, because if you got a Boots Ennis and a Virgil Ortiz in the same division, them 2 motherfuckers gonna fight each other. But we don't do that these days. They gonna keep Virgil away from Boots. They gonna keep Boots away from Virgil till maybe when they get to 54. And then they'll make a super fight once they win a couple belts each. You know, it's too much strategy in this shit. If you're the guy and you're the guy, we in the top 10, we got to figure this shit out, because somebody got to fight for the title. But that's because we got so many fucking belts now that 8 motherfuckers gonna be the champion in that one division.
Well, see, it's going to be hard to keep them away from each other because they both around the same age and they both in the same weight class. And once, like Errol said, he's got one more fight after Manny, then he's moving up. We don't know what Terrence Crawford's plans are going to be when it comes to this 147-pound division. Will he move up or will he just retire? So Boots and Virgil will both be at this weight class for at least, I say, the next 3 or 4 years. At least the next 3, in my opinion. They'll be at the same weight class. So it's going to be hard to keep these guys away from each other. I don't like that let it cook, let it build mentality. You know, it's been proven over time. Look, the era that you guys are speaking of, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, there's money in rematches. I've said this several times. These guys fought each other 2 and 3 times. Like, there's money in rematches, man. So what if they fought when they were 22 and 23? Guess what? When they're 30, they can fight each other again. And you can build a storyline out of that. Oh, I've already beat you. I watched you a long time ago. Well, I'm not the same fighter I was 5-6 years ago. I've gotten a lot better. I've strung together some knockouts, got some impressive wins. You're still the champion. Guess what? I made my way back to you. Now we can fight again. They can build a storyline off that, man. There's money in rematches. Let's stop building this crap up 3 and 4 years for one fight, because you're taking, not only are you taking years off these guys' careers and prime and off these guys' prime when they should be fighting, instead of waiting until they get in their 30s when they're having their first fight. Then the next one will be when they're 34 and 35 and nobody cares anymore, or it's not as good as fight as it could have been when they fought when they were 22 and then they fought again when they were 28. And say they split those two, then they fight again when they're 32 or 33 years old. And by the time they're that age, they fought 3 times, and we know who the better fighter is, and we've milked that fight for as much as we can milk it for. Stop letting these fights build 3 and 4 years before you finally put them together. Somebody said in the chat, I forgot who it was like Robert Garcia made the comment that Virgil won't be ready for Boots for another 4 years. Man, get out of my face with that crap, man. You ranked higher than me in the WBO. You're ranked higher than me. I want your scalp. I want your head. You're ranked higher than me. I think I'm better than you. What other way to prove it than to get in this squared circle with me? Let me take your scalp off, go get my rightful title shot, and then maybe in a few years I'll give you a rematch.
Yeah, like you was just saying,
brother. That's what I'm talking about. Great point.
Like you was saying,
I need your spot. I need that spot.
Right.
Yeah, look at Ali and Frazier. They fought 3 times from 71 to 75. 3 times. 3 times. 4 years, 3 times. I see what you're saying. I agree totally.
Riddick Bowen and Evander Holyfield fought what, 3 times?
In 3 years.
Right. Hellacious fights. So and nobody's gonna sit here and tell me that those fights weren't big fights. Now I was young when those fights happened, but I remember those being big fights. I remember fight parties for all of those fights.
It was all on pay-per-view. They was big fights.
Right. Those were big fights, man. Tarver 1 and 2. Jones Tarver 1 and 2. Those were big fights.
What we got to remember also, guys.
The third one was a big fight.
Go ahead, Santos.
Hey, what we got to remember, most fighters that have had illustrious amateur career or fought in the Olympics and been, highly decorated, with a medal. Now, Errol Spence didn't get a medal, but he was the best guy they had in the Olympics for that year, from what I remember. He was fast tracked because he had a really good, for what short period of time he fought as an amateur, he had a great showing, during those years. And then he worked his way into the Olympics. Now, when you got that pedigree behind you, you're going to get fast tracked. The guys that come in and get those contracts and stuff like that, a lot of times they're fast tracked. My man only had 7 fights when they fought Ali, Leon Spinks, but he was a gold medal winner. So a lot of times that makes a difference too, in how your professional career starts off and goes. And they looking at a lot of different things, but money is a big deal. Money is a big deal. Oh crap!
And another example of that, when somebody, when the T.O. said him and Devin ain't gonna fight for another 3 years, man, cut the crap, man. Y'all are the same age, you're in the same weight class. Devin has more, and this what irks me about that fight when people say Devin ain't ready for T.O.
DJ. He said 5 years.
Man, come on, man. Devin has more fights than T.O. They're the same age, but yet T.O. has 3 belts. Cut the crap, man. I need them belts up off you, man. And I think the business of boxing is getting in the way of that fight. And I think T.O. is letting the business of boxing get in the way of that fight because he's holding on to that Lomachenko win and them 3 belts as long as he can. Now, is Teofimo Lopez Jr. a talented fighter? Of course he is. You don't beat a guy like Nakatani and a guy like Coleman and a guy like Lomachenko without having talent. But this is why we want to see you fight a guy the caliber of Devin Haney, who also has that kind of talent but hadn't gotten the opportunity. I don't know what the deal is with I don't know how they're moving Ryan Garcia. I don't really care at this point after the guy pulled out of a fight. You know, when did he pull out of that fight? In May? In beginning of May, and the fight went until the end of July, and you pulling out the fight, and then, man, come on, man, cut the crap.
Are you talking about that Garcia kid?
Yeah, King Cap.
Yeah, I don't even consider him I have no respect for that dude.
I don't know what the deal. I don't know what his deal is, man. I don't think he really wants to fight. I just think he saw that he was good at it, or he was, I guess he figured he was good at it, and that was just something to try. And then he ended up knocking a few people out, and all of a sudden he started getting close to some real killers, and now all of a sudden he's got mental issues. He don't want to fight now that he's on the cusp of title fights, and he's having to fight some real killers. So I don't know what his deal is. I don't know. And I've mentioned this before, and I've said it earlier tonight. I don't know what Golden Boy's deal is, where they won't push these guys to get title shots. You understand? If you get a belt, that's more money, right? All these titles are just bargaining chips when you go to negotiate. That's all. Well, I'm this champion. I'm that champion. So I should get this amount of money. That's all these titles are. Just bargaining chips when you go to negotiate. That's why once Floyd Mayweather got to a certain point in his career, you can keep the belt. I'm gonna fight.
I'm gonna tell you what I just found out about Ryan's situation. This kid makes a lot more money outside the ring than it does inside the ring. They look at him as a draw, and that's why they let him pull punches like he's pulling them. I don't agree with it, but that's what's going on. And somebody just brought it to my attention a few days ago, and when I checked it, excuse me, they were right. I think it was me and Pugilist on the talking, but the kid is supposed to be estimated worth over $10 million, and we know he had made it in the ring.
He's a model. He got a Gatorade deal, all that. Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah, he parlayed all that capping, saying Tank's name, saying Pacquiao's name. He parlayed all that into a Gatorade deal, and he's been modeling. So, and I think he's even mentioned before he's not going to fight that long. So, let's just let him fade away.
Yeah, let him go away.
Because I don't think he really wants to fight, man. I just think I just think it was something that he was good at and had some success at. And now that he's about to have to really fight some real fighters, some real competition, he don't want it no more. And he's trying to slowly back out, man. Like, I don't understand. If you're the number one contender, why you won't want that title shot? That's just my way of thinking. If you're the number one contender, I want that belt.
He don't want to get his ass whooped. That's what it is.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I don't care who he fights, whether it's T.O., Devin, Tank, whoever. He's going to get his ass whooped. Because I don't think his heart's in it.
Facts. Well, fellas, it's been great. I'm getting the call. Y'all know the call.
I hear you.
All right, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
All right, Sheldon. You take it easy, man.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, sir, brother Sheldon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But yeah, that's just, I got strong opinions on that, man. But like I said, he's making his money, he's doing what he's got to do. But at the same time, he hasn't shown me anything to where he really wants these fights. None of these Golden Boy fighters have shown, and it irritates me. That's why I keep bringing it up, man. It's just you're holding up the line for guys who really want a shot at these belts, man. Y'all just holding up the line. So get out the way. Either fight for the belt or get out the way, man.
And my thing with him is all you said, but also I look at it like start over. You go start from square one and build your name and resume back up in terms of your not resume, build your cachet back up. You know what I mean? You shouldn't expect to come back and get back in where you fit in, because if you really look at it, your Gatorade deal doesn't, or your Gatorade deal and your business outside of the ring doesn't move you up the rankings, right? You had a title eliminator fight won, and then you chose not to fight for the title that you won the title eliminator for. You wanted to go fight in a whole different sanctioning body for that belt, and then called out that fighter and that champion at that weight class, and then you decided to insert Manny Pacquiao out of nowhere. And then when Manny Pacquiao and his team came out with their statement about they don't know what you're talking about, then the WBC tried to give you another title eliminator, and then you pulled your name out of that fight. So at this point, start from scratch. You don't get to stay the interim champ. In my opinion, you shouldn't be the number one contender for Devin Haney's title, and you shouldn't even be in the conversation because you took your name out of the conversation. So start back over. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? Start back over. Go pick off. Go look at it. Go look at trying to get a fight with Linares or somebody. Start from that. Start from that. From that. From that way. Since you got so much to say about what you would have done if you were Linares, that's kind of a knock on Linares, right?
Right.
So why don't you go in there and get in there with Linares? He's a quality opponent in terms of how people want to say the resume game.
Mm-hmm.
He fought Lomachenko. He fought Devin Haney. So, that'd be a good starting point for Ryan Garcia at this point of his career, coming back into the game after taking his own name out of it. So I don't think he should get back in front of the line is what I'm saying.
I got you.
And as far as these other guys, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I'm going to let you finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, just as far as these other guys, take care of business. Make the fights that you can make in and around your weight class that is going to elevate your cachet, because that's all it is. Everything, like y'all was just saying, it's about what do you bring to the negotiation table, and the more you have on your end, the better you can negotiate in your favor at the negotiating table, because you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate.
If that ain't a damn fact. I see these guys talking about it in the chat, man. I was gonna get Sheldon's opinion on it before he left, but I know where he's standing because me and him got the same view on it. This fight next week with Nakatani and Loma, I really hope I want Nakatani to win. I really do. Not only because of what he did to that scumbag in his last fight. I really want him to take Lomachenko off the board for Bob Arum, because a couple years ago, Bob Arum didn't want to give Devin that Lomachenko fight, told him it's too bad, you signed with the wrong promoter. Now that Lomachenko's taking a loss and having to rebound and trying to rebound against a guy like Nakatani, who's a tough, resilient fighter, now that he's on the rebound, he's all in play for Devin now. Now all of a sudden, we can make the Devin and Loma fight. We can make that fight now. No, if I'm Devin Haney, I'm giving him my butt to kiss. No, you remember 2 years ago when I tried to get that fight and you told me I signed with the wrong promoter? Kick rocks. So I want not only Nakatani to win, I want him to stop Lomachenko and end everything that Bob has planned, because now with T.O. catching COVID and his fight getting postponed a couple months, that's going to mess up the timeline, because T.O.'s got this hard timeline that he's trying to stick to. He don't want to fight around November because he's having a baby, which, you know, I can understand that. You know, any other reason to be BS unless he was injured. But I can understand that. But I really want, and I'm pulling for Nakatani, and I believe he can do it. I really want him to stop Lomachenko next week. What y'all got on that, guys?
No, I was gonna let you go first, but I'll go. Yeah, my thing is, I'm on the other end. I think that Nakatani can win, and Nakatani can win impressively by stopping him if Lomachenko doesn't come into this fight and show him the proper respect. But the fighter that I want to win is Lomachenko, and I want him to win, and I want him to get all his glory back from the media.
Gotcha.
Because he's still in their pound for pound list. Even if you go look right now, he's on their pound for. He just moved down a little bit, but he's still on it. So I want them to have that same energy, and I want, if somebody's going to knock him off the board, if somebody's going to knock him out, if somebody's going to remove him from the equation and take him away from Bob Arum for what he did with the Devin Haney situation, I think it's only appropriate that that person be Devin Haney himself. And when that happens, or if that happens, I want to see if they got that same energy. And now, just like y'all elevated Tyson Fury onto y'all pound for pounds list, I want to see y'all elevate Devin Haney onto y'all pound for pounds list in place of Lomachenko, if that happens.
I see what you're saying. You want Lomachenko to get all his luster back before Devin knocks him off. I got you.
Get all that back. Make people think, well, maybe that was a fluke. Maybe Teofimo Lopez is ducking him. Why doesn't he want a rematch? Yeah, he didn't sign it, but Loma's still a great fighter. I want all that talk to come back. Devin needs more. Devin needs more. He's not ready for Lomachenko. Did you see what Linares did? And did you see what Lomachenko did to Linares? He's not ready. And then if Devin Haney does what he needs to do and beats Lomachenko, I need him to get the same love, the same credit that y'all gave Teofimo Lopez, because Teofimo Lopez was not the first person to beat Lomachenko, but y'all acting like he was.
Right.
So if he wasn't the first person to beat Lomachenko, then and y'all gave him all that credit, then it should go the same way with Devin Haney.
That's a fact. And see, I'm on the other end of it. I want people to see that Lomachenko was, even though he's a talented fighter, let me start off by saying that Lomachenko has talent. He cuts great angles, has great footwork. No question, he is a great fighter. I
should have led with that, because I think people hear us and they think we haters. Lomachenko got boxing skills. Period.
Yeah, he's a great boxer. He is a great boxer. Let's not make no mistake about it. He's a great boxer, but I want people to see Lomachenko was knocking out 122 and 126 pounders. Once he started stepping up, them fights started getting a lot closer, and then he finally lost. So his not only his skills, but I don't think his power necessarily went up to 135 with him, because you look at where he had most of his success, it was at 126, right? And then he moved up to 130 and had some success there. Now he's at 135 and he's taking another loss. So I want Nakatani to show what I believe is Lomachenko was great at lower weight classes, but once he started moving up in weight, his skills started deteriorating. His skills aren't as good as we thought they were. He's not better than Floyd Mayweather. See, this is the point I'm getting to. He was never better than Floyd Mayweather. He was never better than Muhammad Ali. He was just a great fighter, and he got hyped up.
Right, he was a great fighter.
Three losses before you get to 20 fights. I mean, come on, man.
There we go.
So let's cut that crap out, man. But yeah, I just want Nakatani to take him completely off the board, man. Let's just be done with Lomachenko.
And if Nakatani does win, and he gets a fight versus Devin Haney,
he should get his full credit. I don't want to hear nothing about his. Oh, T.O. just gonna say, oh, he's just fighting my leftovers. I've already beaten Nakatani. No, Nakatani gave you some good work, brother.
But no, not only that. Teofimo Lopez was the one that says that he needs to fight the guys that he fought. So he can't go back and say, well, he fought my leftovers when he was saying he hasn't fought nobody. He needs to go fight those guys. Those guys need to fight each other. Those are the things that he was saying.
Right.
So you can't come back and change the narrative after the fact.
How you feel about that, Santos?
I'm bagging my truck into the dock right now.
Oh, yeah, we get it.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah,
man. I just want Lomachenko gone, man. I don't want any roadblocks. I don't want any more roadblocks in blocking that undisputed fight. After T.O. wins his next fight, I want it to be a clear pathway for that fight to happen. I don't want nobody else in the way. No, let's get this guy out of the way, or he should fight this guy, or he should fight that guy. Even though there's rumors out there now that Devin Haney may fight, that the rumors have cranked back up about Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. again. I think that's a good fight for both guys. I think this will be Gary Russell's biggest fight, as well as Devin. But I want a clear pathway to the undisputed fight at 135 before those guys move up.
Mirror, who are you talking about? The winner gets T.O. Are you talking about the winner between Nakatani and Lomachenko gets T.O.?
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody else in the way.
Yeah, who clarify that for me, Mirror. Who's the winner when you say the winner between who? You said the winner should get T.O.
He's saying, I see where he's talking about the winner between Jojo Diaz and Fortuna should fight Devin Haney. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's the title eliminator as well. But then again, isn't King Cap still the number one contender? Isn't he still the mandatory?
No,
because I think he's the interim champion. He's the interim champion at 135 for the WBC, correct?
But he got that interim championship by becoming by winning the title eliminator. So if he's no longer the title eliminator, whoever wins the title eliminator should become now the new WBC interim champion. Because he wasn't the interim before he won that fight.
Gotcha. And see, Mir, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's why I don't think he'll give Nakatani that rematch. I don't think Bob will give Nakatani the rematch. However, I think he will give it to Lomachenko. Because if you remember, right after that fight, Lomachenko was campaigning for a rematch and Bob was campaigning for a rematch. It was T.O. who wanted to move on. That's where all the friction between T.O. and Bob really first started. Bob wanted him to fight Lomachenko again, but they didn't have a rematch clause in that contract. And T.O. was just ready. He was like, "No, I beat you, Golden Boy. Now I'm on to my I'm on the bigger and better things." So I remember at that press conference after he beat Lomachenko, he got up there and talked all that good stuff. Said he's gonna be Pretty Boy Floyd, not Money Mayweather. He's gonna fight everybody. But then in that same breath, he said him and Devin ain't fighting for another 3 to 5 years. So which part of that am I supposed to believe? So, I just want Lomachenko gone. I don't think he'll give Nakatani the rematch. I think he'll feed Nakatani to somebody like who else is it? I think Nakatani and Comey will fight.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think Bob will give Nakatani a rematch with Loma. I mean, not with Loma, but with T.O.
Yeah, and I think that because Ryan Garcia removed himself out of the equation, that it now decreases the amount of people that is in that class of fighters that you can get credit for fighting at the top of the 135 division. You know what I mean? Because without Garcia there, Now that decreases that, and then the other aspect is what how much longer are these guys going to be at 135? You see, so we with these conversations that we're having, we got to keep in mind that both Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez have for more than 1 year, for more than a year, have let us know that they are squeezing into the 135 pound division. They are ready to move up to 140 already, like right now. And the only reason they're at 135 is so that they can make big fights amongst each other or the other top guys at the division. They are not there to compete at 135 any longer. Their bodies are ready to move up to 140. So we got to keep that also in mind because of that timeline. The timeline with Teofimo Lopez's birth, the new blessing in their family, their growing family. You got to also look at the timeline of the body growing and ready to be at 147 as well.
Yeah, and if you listen to what I think he said it around Tuesday. It was either Monday or Tuesday, whenever right after T.O. pulled out from the fight. Kambosos has a theory about it that I didn't really think about. It's like I've seen T.O., walking around here, and in all the interviews I saw T.O. in, down there in Miami, which I don't know who brought it up on which platform, but somebody brought it up that T.O. was down there in Miami way too early. He had been down there 3 weeks doing press before the fight. And Kambosos brought up, he was like, I think T.O. was having trouble with his weight because I saw him around here and he was like, his eyes were all sunk in, his cheeks were sunk in. So I think he was having trouble with his weight cut. He might have had COVID, but Kambosos is under the belief that T.O. was having trouble making that weight. That's why he had to pull out of the fight. So that's just another theory to throw out there. Now we can't prove that, but that's what Kambosos believed. I think it was on that same platform that you told me about, Tank, that KO Sports or whatever.
Yeah, KO Artist Sports.
Yeah. They did an interview with him. It said it was like 4 days ago at that point. So Kambosos believes that T.O. was just having trouble with his weight cut. Now he was like, I wished him a speedy recovery and all the good stuff that you're supposed to say. But he was like, I think he was having trouble with his weight. So that's another theory as to why that fight didn't happen. But the man said he had COVID. He had COVID. Right. But I saw T.O. protecting himself everywhere he was. He had that mask on. He had his mask on, taking pictures. Even in his media scrums, he was like, "Guys, I'm gonna talk to you through the mask." I hadn't. I just want to protect myself. This, that, and the third. So I think he was protecting himself. Even though your training partners could have got it, somebody in your camp probably could have gotten it and given it to you. But Kambosos really had an interesting theory, and you've heard T.O. say he ain't got that many fights left at 135. He is ready to move up. His body is growing. Same thing with Devin. So that's an interesting theory.
Yeah. No, I just think that my takeaway from that whole thing is these athletes who are in multi-million-dollar professional sports should just be very, very careful of with their product, and their product is them, right? Their bodies, their physical well-being, and I think that's the biggest takeaway outside of any other narrative that you can throw out there and associate with what's going on is, and that's why I think the last time we talked about it, that's why I brought up Chris Paul. You know what I mean? To make sure that I hammer home the point to that is protect yourself. I was looking at an interview with Gervonta Davis. He's out there training in Vegas, and I'm glad to see that he's starting to move his camps to Las Vegas, where he looks like he takes it a lot more serious now, as opposed to how he was able to do it in the past. And I was just noticing in the video that I was watching how many people that he had around him, you know, to touch, to hug, to sign autographs, and all the whole nine. And it made me think about that situation with Chris Paul and with Teofimo Lopez. And it's like, man, I just hope everybody's taking the appropriate precautions. You know, you're around the people. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is from on the video. It looks like it's taking any kind of safety precautions, but hopefully, what the camera doesn't catch is people. You know, maybe they have alcohol or something sanitizer or something. You know, and then they get home and washing and taking all the right precautions, because the last thing you want to hear is a big fight or another big fight or a big matchup. You know, the NBA Finals, the two top teams coming in, 2 or 3 players are in health protocols because they caught something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Moving forward, so I think that's the biggest lesson. I really wish that these platforms that are still interviewing fighters and in these camps, that they stress that point to the fighters instead of trying to get sound bites as to, well, why do you think that this happened? You know, I think that they should, not that they think, I think that they should. I would like to see. Let me rephrase that. Because if that's the case, then get my camera and I get out there too. But my thing is, I'm not putting myself in that position. You know what I mean? I have pre-existing health. I have asthma, so I'm not the one that can catch this stuff and then probably be, you know, okay. You feel me? So why would I put myself at risk like that? But at the same time, you know, I respect these athletes and these people that even cover the athletes. So I would hope that they are taking the necessary precautions, and I would hope that would be a topic of conversation, even if it's off camera.
Yeah. And another reason why I'm bummed out, man, and why I want to see that T.O. and Devin fight, man, damn it, I want to see this press conference with Bill Haney and T.O. Senior. That would be the absolute stuff of legend. So, you know, I really want this fight to happen, man. That's why I say I don't want any roadblocks in between that. But man, we got an exciting summer of fights coming up, MMA and boxing. So, man, can't wait to see this Tank Barrios fight. I've been watching some of Tank's 24/7 or whatever he's calling it.
I haven't started watching.
Tank is looking like I thought he would look going into this fight.
All Access. I think I heard Fred say there's 2 episodes. I gotta go check them out. I just haven't had time. I've been doing other stuff.
Tank is looking exactly like I thought he would. Like that Joker ain't got to cut weight, man. He is gonna be on point come fight night. He is gonna be able to carry that power late, and I see him stopping Barrios late, man, because I think Barrios is a big guy, man. He came down from 47. I just found that out recently. I didn't know he fought at 47 before. So that tells me he's cutting down from at least 55, 60 to make this weight class, and Tank ain't got to cut weight at all. Man, we're going to see how his gas tank looks come the 9th, 10th round. And I think that's around the time that Tank stops.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very interesting fight, because Barrios has a very knowledgeable coach in terms of strategy, in terms of being a strategist, and if his coach can get his fighter to execute, being Barrios, a game plan, and again, it's going to be interesting to see what that game plan is. Is Virgil going to come at him with the plan of maintaining distance and controlling the space, and when Gervonta gets in his range, to smother his punches and tie him up, and then work on some inside fighting? Like, if I need to see that. You know, I wonder if they've been working on inside fighting in camp. You know, tying them up, swing it, swing with this hand while you have that arm. That gritty Andre Ward stuff that Andre Ward gives Virgil Hunter credit for teaching him. He says, he's on record saying that when he was young, Virgil told him the importance of inside fighting and fighting out of clinches before the referee can break it up, getting those wind knocking punches in the body that breaks a fighter down. You don't get credit for it on the scorecards, and people don't talk about them really that much. But the fighter that you fighting, he feels it. That kind of stuff. And let's see, is Mario gonna lean on him? Like you said, he's coming down. He's fighting at 140. He's the bigger guy, and lean that weight on Gervonta Davis and tie him up. And it's going to be a lot of different things that I want to see what happens if these different scenarios happen in the fight that I look forward to, because I really think that it's a fight that Mario Barrios can win. It's a fight that he can win. Now, will he win is a whole different thing, because I know, like I said, I think it's a fight Mario Barrios can win, but I know it's a fight that Gervonta Davis can win.
Yeah. Especially if he comes in trying to fight on the inside, and to me, that would be a terrible game plan to fight somebody like Tank with. If anything, I'm the taller fighter. I've got a 5-inch reach advantage. I think he's got on Tank. I'm not letting you get anywhere close to me. You saw the mild success that Leo Santa Cruz had with his jab. I think that should be the game plan. But I'm not a boxing trainer. I've never boxed before, so, what do I know? But ain't no way in hell I'm finna sit there and try to fight on the inside and negate my physical advantage if I'm Mario Barrios.
So that's the thing. You got to also think about the style that the fighter fights, and does he have the foot the movement and the ability to move away from, because the other part that people don't talk about outside of Gervonta Davis's power is his boxing skill, his ability to not only cut the ring off as he's stalking his opponent, but also how he has the ability to close the distance. Just here, a little bit, there a little bit, and before you know it, he's in his range of where he wants to work at, and he's hitting you with shots that you didn't think that he should be able to hit you from. And so that's what I'm saying. I think if I was training him, the game plan would be, look, this is going to happen because this is the level of boxer that you're facing. Gervonta Davis is going to get inside of you, but he doesn't want to work on the inside. He wants to work in the mid-range. You see, because you have mid-range, you have long range, and then you have inside boxing. Mm-hmm. Those are all different things. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that you can smother his power, because there's two ways to negate power: fighting him at the distance and using that however many inches of reach advantage that you have, or you can smother the power. It's not just one way to negate power. It's not only by keeping him at a distance. You can also smother the power by getting in close with him. That's what I'm saying. Virgil Hunter is a boxing strategist, and he is aware of that. So whereas people, you can always have that as your A game, but then if okay, my fighter is a fighter who likes to throw punches and he has that machismo about him, I'm just going to tell him that I'm going to teach him how to throw punches on the inside where his punches are going to be more effective because of technique, and he can also take the time to lean on the smaller guy. That's what I'm saying. But of course, the game plan, as far as plan A, should be to fight behind your jab, control the distance. But you have to take into consideration that you're fighting a guy whose skills we haven't even got a chance to really see on the professional level, and his skill set is greater than people give him credit for, and he can get on the inside of you, and he will get on the inside of you at some point in time. The key is to make him overcommit on the inside, because you step to him and smother that you smother his punching power. Don't let him fight mid-range. If he gets caught fighting mid-range, he's going to lose those exchanges. He needs to fight extra close or far away behind his jab and his straight right. in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And I'm eager to see. I'm eager to see if he's able to
I
do
can't
that.
wait for that fight.
Yeah, that's gonna be an intriguing fight. You know, it's more intriguing than people are giving it credit for.
Yeah.
And I salute Gervonta Davis for taking the challenge. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't stress enough. Like, I know people are shitting on this fight. I hear it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how you guys are. I don't know how they don't respect Mario Barrios, and I don't know how they disrespect Gervonta Davis. You know what I mean? It's really weird to me.
I've been trying to tell my friends about this fight because they follow boxers. They don't necessarily follow the sport of boxing.
That's what I was going. Yeah, I was gonna say because they don't know the fighters exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I've been trying to tell them. I was like, "Hey, man, this kid Tank's fighting ain't no pushover now. I'm riding with Tank. I don't care. It sound like you betting with the other guy. It sound like you going." I'm like, "No, I'm just letting you know. If this dude drop Tank in this fight, don't be shocked." So it's just one of them fights, man, where Tank's daring to be great. Now, when this fight was first announced and when I first started hearing about Tank moving up to 140, I had a different opinion about it because I thought that Big Head Ellaby and Floyd Mayweather were doing him a disservice because I felt like the bigger fights for Tank were at 130. You had Valdez, you had Gary Russell sitting down there at 126, ready to move up and make that fight with you. You had Shakur Stevenson coming into his own. You had these two guys fighting for the vacant IBF belt that JoJo Diaz lost on the scale. I mean, you had a lot of good fights at 130 and even 135 that you could have made, but they jumped him up 2 weight classes to take on a guy like Mario Barrios. You know, I just thought they did him a disservice. Not necessarily put him in a bad position, but just I thought there were bigger fights to be had at these lower weight classes. But yeah, man, he dared to be great. He's jumping up 2 weight classes. He's trying to get a foothold in that division before T.O. and Devin come up. So, you know, in the long run, I can't say that it was a bad idea, but now you're stuck because I don't think he's going to be able to go back down and make 130 again. And I think they tried to keep him away from T.O. and Devin, to be honest. So there's that. But I'm just responding to somebody in the chat. They said Lubin will stop Rosario. I think that fight's going to be a bloodbath, to be honest. That is a very, very, very good fight. Lubin and Rosario. I think that fight's going to be a bloodbath. I have no idea who's going to win that fight.
Yeah, we'll see how they come out and fight each other because sometimes fighters don't fight the way that we think they're going to fight in fights.
Mm-hmm.
It be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how camps be funny and things be happening in camps and there'd be a whole lot of different stuff. But
or they just come out and show each other too much respect. We've had that with fights that are supposed to be fight of the year or fight of the night candidates, and you know, these guys come out and they just show each other too much respect, and neither guy's willing to pull the trigger.
Shout out to Boxing Truth Sermon. Salute to you too, fam.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat, man, who came through here tonight. I appreciate that, guys.
Yeah,
there's some good conversations going on. Good conversations going on in the chat.
The Brotherhood.
Shout out to the Brotherhood. UGC Flame came through.
Yeah, I seen that. H Money still in the building. Spam in the comment section. I see you.
Yeah, he dropping off that nonsense. Shout out to H Money,
H Money in the building.
Mr. Supreme. He ain't Mr. DAZN no more though, is he?
What's his name? NO Boxing still in the building. But I want to say some God Body Sports and News. He said Barrios likes to scrap, so he will likely get knocked out. And that's what I'm talking about. If he gets caught just, you know, getting into that machismo and feeding off the crowd and gets into a slugfest with Gervonta Davis in the mid-range, you know, we're gonna see, you know, and it's easy for me to say, oh well, Gervonta's gonna knock the guy out, but I still don't know how his power transitions to 140 pound weight division when the bright lights are on and it's for all the marbles. You know what I mean? It's one thing to get stoppages in sparring because certain guys are working on certain things versus when the bright lights are on, right? And you're fighting another undefeated champion. So, you know, and Mario Barrios has never been knocked out in the pros. So you got to show me. You got to show
me. He's undefeated. He ain't lost, period.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. So for me to just be easy to throw out Gervonta's going to win by knockout, I can easily say that because I know Gervonta Davis's punching power, and I've heard from people who have witnessed him spar in the gym what he can do to these bigger guys. I've seen that, but it's another thing when the bright lights are on, and it's for all the marbles, and it's a fight night to do it then against a game opponent who may be able to execute an intelligent and strategic fight plan. You know what I'm saying? Like all these different variables go into that, and so I'm eager to see what happens. You know, I'm eager to see what happens, and if Barrios gets knocked out by Gervonta Davis, moving up from 130, only having one fight at 135, then Gervonta Davis's stock is going to go through the roof. And on the flip side of that, if Mario Barrios knocks off Gervonta Davis and does so in impressive fashion, then his stock is going to skyrocket at the 140-pound division. And then you're going to start to hear people say, wait a minute, Josh Taylor, before you move on to 147, you might have some Barrios problems. And I wouldn't have a problem with that either. So what y'all think about that in the chat? Meanwhile, let me see what we got. Mir says, excellent matchup. I think they want to discredit because of WBA, the WBA belt. Well, you think they want to discredit? Oh, because of the belts. Yeah. And I could go on and on. I've done this in previous on previous occasions, and I let people know that the WBA champion, to me, the real champion is the one that has to defend the belt, the one that has to face the mandatory. And the one that has to face the mandatory and defend the title is what y'all call the regular champion. The regular champion has to defend. The super champion gets to go off and do all this other stuff like a franchise champion and at the WBC. Cam, we got a DJ in the backstage too, by the way. So let DJ back on the show. But the super champion in the WBA, the only title defense that they have to make is they have 18 months to face the regular champion at the WBA in their weight class. That's it. They have 18 months to face whoever the WBA regular champion is, or they get stripped of the super status. But outside of that, they don't have to face the number one contender in the WBA. So I don't know why people discredit the champion at the WBA when they're not the super champion. Let me see. And Obaka says, facts, they kept Tank away from Tio and Haney, but if Tank loses to Barrios, he can always say it was too much weight for him, and then go back down and wait. Yeah, that's a possibility. That's a possibility, definitely. If he can make the weight again, though, that's the other key. And as some people pointed out in the past, that when it was Adrian Broner who did the same thing, or something similar at least, when he went up from 135 and skipped 140 to go to 147, he defeated Paulie Magnani, but then he lost to Marcos Maidana. And after losing to Marcus Maidana, he was never able to go back down to 135 and be successful at that division where he was once dominant. So some people are watching to see if this happens with Gervonta Davis as well. So I think that should be something to watch out for as well moving forward. The Brotherhood says, I wouldn't say Barrios is a Mexican style fighter. He is calculated. And he has a great coach that teaches boxing and strategy in Virgil Hunter, who's the one that coached Andre Ward since he was a kid, and Andre Ward gives him credit for his boxing IQ. You know, he accredits that to Virgil Hunter. DJ says, "Damn, I got knocked out." Come on, Cam. I don't know if you're home yet, but DJ said he's backstage. NO Boxer says, good call. Barrios versus Josh Taylor is a good fight if Barrios knocks out Tank. Exactly. If Barrios wins this fight against Davis, people need to hold Josh Taylor feet to the fire and say, you shouldn't leave unless you can get a fight with one of the champions, being Crawford or the winner of Pacquiao Spence, without fighting Mario Barrios. Let me see where we at. He says, I want to see Davis versus Regis. I believe Davis stops Barrios in 8 rounds. Barrios is like a taller Santa Cruz. A nap is coming. Yeah, we're going to see. We're going to find out. You're going to find out. Because he does have that style where he'll just start fighting out of nowhere. And will that catch up with him? But also remember, the only fight that we've seen Gervonta Davis have over 130 was against Yuriorkis Gamboa, and even though he knocked him down on more than one occasion in that fight, he didn't knock him out until the 12th and final round. So that gives me an indication on how well or not his power transitions at the higher weights. So now you're going to go even bigger than 135 in fighting a guy who's at 140, and there's no telling what he's going to be on fight night. So it's going to be interesting to see how much that power how the knockout aspect, right? I know the punching power is going to be there. I'm anticipating that Mario Barrios will feel the punches of Gervonta Davis. I'm speaking of specifically the knockout power. Will he have that one punch knockout power that he put Leo Santa Cruz to sleep with, or will it be an accumulation of punches and those punches like he did with Yuriorkis Gamboa when he knocked him out? So I'm eager to see these things unfold. I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't say what will happen. I'm just eager to see how it all plays out. Boxer said Broner did go back down to 140 pounds and won a title there. Yeah, I didn't say 140. I said 135. Santos Boxer says, Tank, I'm in a bad area at this time. Unloading my truck. Yeah, we're gonna close it out because Santos DJ fell out. He's in the backstage, and Cam is out. He ain't waking up, and I think Kyle still he's probably out too. You know what I'm saying? He got to be at work in about an hour or so, so he's getting his little nap in. So let me check and see. Another message. Boxing says if Barrio fights Gervonta from the outside, he beats him like Pedraza was easily beating him. If Barrio fights him on the inside, he gets knocked out like Pedraza did when he chose to fight inside. Yeah, I think there's a difference between fighting inside and close range. Inside fighting to me is I'm talking about tying guys' arms up and their punching power, uh, um, smothering the punching power, as opposed to fighting close to mid range fighting, where Gervonta can still get the torque on his punches. So there's a difference between inside fighting, like you saw uh, Andre Ward neutralize Andre Kovalev's power in the second fight, and in the first fight in the later rounds, as he started to put the pressure on him by getting in there, tying him up, tying his arms up, punching with the free arm. That's what I mean when I say inside fighting. Not just fighting close to mid range, because fighting close to mid range, Gervonta Davis, the way he moves around, he can still generate a lot of punching power. But then again, it's all how you do it, and Gervonta has the skills to make the adjustment in that regard too. So we'll see. And Pedraza is a great example. That was a great example to throw out there, because Pedraza was having some success when he was fighting Gervonta at a distance, using his boxing skills. But that's all we got today, folks. Appreciate y'all chilling in the boxing section. Make sure that before y'all leave, y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Salute to all the brothers that was on the panel tonight. DJ, Santos, and everybody else that came through. Salute to all of y'all. Salute to everybody that's in the chat that stayed up with us all morning long. Everybody that's working on the third shift, please be safe. Everybody get home in the morning safe to your family and loved ones. I hope everybody at least got a chance to speak to their fathers. And if you're a father, you know what I'm saying, God bless you as well. Keep doing the damn thing. Me, I'm Tank Obadiah, the Sweet Science Examiner. You can follow me on Instagram at the Sweet Science Examiner. Follow me on YouTube at the Sweet Science Examiner. And like I said, everybody stay safe and be blessed. We out.